Nimbo community, a once happy community, now a ghost town. In plain sight are deserted homes, empty market stands, and domestic animals abandoned by their owners taking the liberty to stray. Telltale signs on farmlands of the bloody massacre of people who once called this place home. Men of various ages weep helplessly as one of their own is recovered from the farmland. It's the 7th confirmed death according to the police. The community's search parties claim more people were slain whose bodies are yet to be found. The state governor arrives at the area to see things for himself. He breaks down at the sight of the slain.
This is indeed a trying period, not just for Nimbo, but the whole of Ebonyi State. We have met with the Fulani leaders, and it was indeed yesterday that would have inaugurated the joint committee of the Fulani and government.
Members of the community expressed their displeasure with the law enforcement agency's response and asked for improved security.
Nimbo community is under severe threat. This that happened now is not a situation where the security men will stay 1 week or 2 weeks and they will go. They need to stay with us for months.
Governor Ogbunwezeh inspects the extent of the damage and then heads to the home of the traditional ruler of the community, who laments that their land mass, which has been a blessing to them, has become the cause of regular attacks. Then the governor goes to the hospitals where those who sustained varying degrees of injury in the attack are receiving treatment. He assures them that the state will bear the cost. For the State Commissioner of Police, who also condoles with the affected community, the perpetrators of the heinous crime will be arrested and brought to justice.
These people, we are going to get them. That's my assurance.
Hello. On Wednesday, December 14th, 2022, Morocco will take on France in the semi-final of the 2022 Soccer World Cup going on in Qatar. The winner will book a place in the finals of the most prestigious sport in the world. Morocco stunned the highly ranked Portugal to book a place in the Final Four yesterday with a 0-1 defeat. In that defeat, one of the world's most decorated players, Cristiano Ronaldo, went home again from the World Cup with a diminished chance that he will ever win the trophy for Portugal. Morocco, the first African team to get to the semi-final, will be playing France, which is the current defending champion. For some Africans watching the game, their royalty will be split, considering that the French team is mainly made of children of African immigrants in France, and that some Moroccan players have in the past questioned whether their allegiance was to Arabs or Africans. By the time France and Morocco meet in the semi-final on Wednesday, the other semi-final will have been determined between Argentina and Croatia. In Nigeria, another form of competition is going on. It is for those who want to manage the affairs of 220 million Nigerians. As voters prepare to elect a leader of the country with Africa's largest economy, candidates are crisscrossing the country to sell their platforms. One challenge that the incoming president will face is what to do to stop the perennial conflict between farmers and herders. In recent years, it had become virtually an undeclared war, with many casualties from the Middle Belt to the South-South. The rampant killings have become the instigator of the various movements for the breakup of the country. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10:30 a.m. in New York City, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, and 7:30 p.m. in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wherever in the world you're watching us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today, Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh, a senior research fellow and director for genocide prevention with CSI in Switzerland, will join us. We will talk about the killings in the Southeast, the insecurity in the Southeast, and the case of the herdsmen attack of Enugu communities. As an international leader in the study of conflicts, human rights, and genocide, Dr. Ogbunwezeh will give us analysis and solutions. Dr. Ogbunwezeh, welcome.
Thank you, Rudolph, and then good evening, viewers who are joining us from all over the world. I welcome you in this hour that we'll be talking about the issues pertaining to the killings by herdsmen in Southeast Nigeria and the rest of the country as well. Thank you for having me, Rudolph.
Thank you, Dr. Franklyne. It's nice to have you. This is something that has become very important as we look at the election coming up and we look at the general insecurity in the Southeast. I want you to give us what you understand by what happened in Enugu recently with the recent attack on Ehamufu.
Well, thank you, Rudolph. As we all know, there has been this climate of insecurity all over the country since 2015. It preceded 2015, so to say. Boko Haram started around 2009 officially to start terrorizing Nigerians and Christians and minorities living in Northeast Nigeria. And then we see evolution where people started using the term insurgents and broke up into splinter groups. We saw Islamic State coming in to hijack the Boko Haram movement in their quest to Islamize Nigeria. It was very clear from the onset. So, and then we, at the point, started witnessing another trend, the bandits. That took its moments after 2015 that President Buhari came into power. There were rumors going all over the place that these were hired mercenaries that were imported into Nigeria to make Nigeria a living hell if they do not face to election beyond his mandate. These were rumors, unconfirmed either way. But the idea of the Fulanis having a clash with pastoral inhabitants of the Middle Belt has been there for quite some time. But right now, at the point we started witnessing what we can call ethnic cleansing, and ethnic cleansing is an atrocity crime. And it's morphing off into what people could refer as a genocide against the Christian and Middle Belt inhabitants of that region. Up till this time, the Southeast Nigeria and the southern parts of Nigeria used to be the most peaceful parts of the country. But all of a sudden, we are now witnessing forays from these Fulani militants, whom some refer as Fulani jihadists, whom some equally refer as another arm of an alliance that is working extra hard to create an Islamic caliphate out of Nigeria. So we started seeing these forays, them crossing the Middle Belt into the South, especially the Southeast. We saw that in April 2016, when the militants crossed over and murdered about 40 people in a local farming community we call Nimbo in the northern Igbo land in Nsukka region of Enugu State. But on the 19th of November this year, we witnessed another massacre of 12 and 13 people, so to say, in Aguamed. Aguamed is a community in the Ehamufu region of Enugu State. This massacre broke the peace of this quiet farming rural community. Herdsmen marched in for no reason at all, slaughtered 13 people, in broad daylight and made away quietly without any challenge from anybody, from the security agencies, from nobody. So what we are witnessing is what we can call ethnic cleansing on a large scale, going on piecemeal. It's a kind of genocide by installment. The Nigerian government seems powerless or unwilling or unable to stop this. So, that's the threat of extinction that people in these regions are facing at the moment.
All right. Thank you for that breakdown. So this is not the first time. This is not the second time it's been going on. The Nigerian government, they've shown that they are not capable of doing anything. Do you know why?
Oh, well, it could be for a variety of reasons. It seems to be there seems to be some element. There are credible evidence that there's some elements in the Nigerian government in cahoots with these people. A lot of international organizations and a lot of local agencies and human rights organizations have equally accused the Nigerian government directly of not doing anything, of showing tacit support to these militants. President Buhari was on record as saying that these militants are not Nigerians, that they come from outside, which is to say that the government knows where they come from. So if the government knows, what has the government done to stop this? So if the government knows, which measures has the government put in place to protect the lives and property of her own citizens being attacked by forces external to Nigeria? So, that acknowledgement alone that these are not Nigerians says a lot, more than words can convey. I don't know why the government is still pussyfooting in trying to arrest this trend. But the point lies in the fact that people are dying every day. Communities are being devastated. People are being forced to become refugees in their homeland in Nigeria in the 21st century, where we all have telephones. If you see the atrocious videos making the rounds of people being slaughtered and killed with machetes, then you cannot understand the government standing and they're watching how people being slaughtered without doing anything. I'm not a diviner. I don't know why the government is not doing anything, but the fact is that the government is doing nothing. And there are credible evidence that there are elements of the Nigerian government who are in cahoots with these people. This is evidenced by the fact that a lot of the communities have reported that when they got information that there were going to be attacks, that they went to the security agencies, but they never appeared until the attackers came, did their worst, and then disappeared into the night. And then nothing happened to them. In fairness to the authorities, I can say after the 2016 killing in Nimbo, about 5 Fulani headsmen were arrested and arraigned at the Nsukka High Court. But the case has been adjourned so many times that we have lost count. Nobody knows what has become of that case till today. Nobody has been convicted. There is no major person that has been arrested and convicted of participating in these atrocity crimes across Nigeria, be it in the Middle Belt, be it in the southeast of Nigeria, be it in the south. Till today, there has not been any convictions recorded of people who were accused of doing all this. So the government has shown a marked incompetence in this regard. And then we have to state it the way it is. People are dying and the government is looking on.
Now, do we know the people who are doing this? We hear a lot of things from the government, from different sides. Who are they? Where are they from?
Well, Rudolph, this question should be directed to the government. The government says that these people are not Nigerians, which means that they know who they are, as to know that they are not Nigerians. So if you know that they are not Nigerians, that means you have more information about who these people are. And if you have this information, our question then becomes, what have you done with it? Which measures have you as a government put in place to safeguard the lives and property of your own citizens, whom you owe that statutory responsibility? So these are the questions we are asking. The government should know. The government has unlimited resources to get information. If the government could find Sunday Igbo when he crossed over to Benin Republic, if they could find Nnamdi Kanu wherever he was and bring him back to Nigeria, which is to say they have resources to do what they are supposed to do. Our question then becomes, why are they not doing that in this case? Right,
we'll get to that in details. But let me ask you, we also have the it's the first division of the Nigerian army in Enugu. What have they been doing? Do you know?
Well, there has been a security architecture put in place that involves the military and the police and every other security institution of the Nigerian state. They are supposed to be working together to stop these atrocities. But whatever that is in place is not yielding the required results, because these killings keep on happening, and these killings are one too many. So we don't know. The point lies in the fact that the communities will report to you that the military, that they will even go to the military to report of impending attacks. And they come when the attacks must have happened, and then the attackers disappeared into the wild. So we don't know what is happening. And there are rumors. Some people reported to us that some people in the army will tell you that they were instructed not to shoot at these people, not to shoot at the attackers. So the question is, who gives them that instruction? What are his ideas and goals? Why he gave those instructions? Are the authorities aware that such instructions are being passed to the soldiers, not to shoot at the Fulani militants? So whatever it is, these are still rumors, unconfirmed either way. But whatever it is, the Nigerian government should look deeper and then look at itself in the mirror and see that whatever measures it has put in place is not yielding any results in this regard. And it's quite appalling, because the blood of people are watering their own homeland day in, day out. And that cannot be allowed to continue. We are supposed to be a civilized society. The job of a government, the raison d'etre of every government, is the welfare of our citizens. Any government that cannot provide that has lost its essence and reason to exist.
All right, let's look at a video of the governor of Enugu State reacting after one of the incidents.
The state governor arrives at the area to see things for himself. He breaks down at the sight of the slain.
This is indeed a trying period, not just for Nimbo, but the whole of Ebonyi State. We had met with the Fulani leaders, and it was indeed yesterday that would have inaugurated the joint committee of the Fulani and government.
Members of the community expressed their displeasure with the law enforcement agency's response and asked for improved security.
So, Nimbo community is under severe threat. This that happened now is not a situation where the security men will stay 1 week or 2 weeks and they will go. They need to stay with us for months.
Governor.
All right, this was 2016. Have we heard from the governor over the incident on December, the last incident that happened?
Well, yeah, I guess the state government has put out a statement condemning, as usual. That's what governments do, to condemn. But we urge more action. It should go beyond condemnation to put in security measures in place to protect the lives of these people, these communities that are threatened by their Fulani headsmen. So that's what the government should be. That's what every government should be doing. But in fairness to the state governments, they don't have that kind of police powers under the Nigerian 1999 constitution as amended. So the constitution didn't give them those powers. So police is controlled from the federal level, from Abuja. So the police commissioners in the states take instructions from Abuja, not from the state governor. So whatever the governor is simply the figurehead in terms of security. So the buck stops at the desk of the president of the federation. And since up to this moment, I wouldn't give him a pass mark in relation to his performance in office in this regard. The climate of insecurity, the security situation in Nigeria has degenerated to such an extent that it's become threatening to the integrity of the Nigerian state. So the territorial Nigeria is on the cusp of breaking up if nothing is done to address the security challenges facing the country at this moment.
All right, so let's look at what is being done. The governor, the government are not doing anything, you said, and we can agree, we can see the results. Then there are other actors who went into the scene and said that they are going to take action. A good example is the Biafran group. Now, they said that they formed the ESN, Eastern Security Network, to defend the Biafran people or the Igbo people against these kind of killings. What do you think about that?
This attests to the failure of governance, because where a government lives up to its responsibilities, we wouldn't have splinter groups trying to take up arms to defend themselves. We even heard from one of the major decorated Nigerian army generals, T.Y. Danjuma, asking Nigerians to arm themselves and defend themselves against these Fulani militants. We equally heard a sitting governor from the president's party, Governor Masari of the president's home state of Katsina, telling people to arm themselves and defend themselves from these marauders. It attests to a failure of governance. So we can see that it's only when the government is absent. We have so many ungoverned spaces in Nigeria today. So where the government is absent in the lives of the people, that's what gives rise to such splinter groups coming up to say, hey, since the government has shown a marked inability to defend our interests and our lives, then we will try to take up that challenge ourselves. And such things doesn't augur well for any country. You don't allow a lot of arms and ammunition into the hands of non-state actors. The government should have a monopoly of violence. But in Nigeria, we seem to have a lot of non-state actors who have carved out spaces for themselves where they govern and impose and retrieve taxes from the citizens. The perfect example is the bandits. It's from Zamfara to all of northwest Nigeria. Even in a southeast of Nigeria, where somebody could stand up living in Finland and then declare a public that people should sit at home. And even it seems that the state itself sits at home when an external non-state actor orders people to sit at home. It's a failure of governance all around. So that's simply what it is. And that tells you that Nigeria needs a major surgery, a major reform. If nothing is done at the rate things are going, we are going to face a very, very hazardous future, because we have a lot of arms in the hands of people that are not controlled or not answerable to anybody.
So do you think that without the ESN or other actors in the arena, that they are helping to reduce these attacks?
Well, Rudolph, I am always suspicious of every non-state actor armed to exact whatever he feels. Let's put it this way. Nigeria is a country where people enjoy outrage. Nigeria is a federated grievance, boiling to the breaking point. We all are aggrieved in one form or the other. So if every aggrieved person arms himself to exact vengeance on the source of his grievance, it will be, a free-for-all. And then I don't know who will survive that kind of carnage. So this is why I am always suspicious of people with arms dictating terms. But it does seem that in a situation where the state is absent, that's what you get.
So what should be the solution? Who should act? If the federal government continues not to act, who should act?
That's what it is. If the federal government, if this administration fails to act, that's why I'm a Democrat. That's why I believe in allowing democracy evolve. We are a very young democracy, even though people say we are 60 years old. It took the United States over 200 and some odd years to come to where it is today. Europe has already 1,000 years history. So everything we see, and I wrote an article sometime that says, is philosophy stupid? Okay. Education is pretty important. Secondly, who should act? If this administration doesn't act, Nigerians, we are now in an election season. Everybody should arm himself with his voter's card and vote for people, competent people, who they believe could change this tide. Because Nigeria is like a ship listing dangerously to starboard. We will capsize if care is not taken. So we need to vote out this incompetent government and then put the right people in place who will take our cares and concerns as paramount in their consideration. It's very, very necessary. So I think we really need a change of government and a change of our attitude to each other. I love tolerance. An open society should never tolerate intolerance. I'm a student of Karl Popper in this regard.
I know that you are familiar with Rwanda, the conflict in Rwanda, Darfur, and all the other parts of Africa where we've had all these kinds of activities, genocide, killings. What do you see if, for instance, in February of next year, we don't have a change in government or a change in approach from the federal government? What do you see happening?
Well, I have voiced this concern. I am afraid. First of all, I wrote an article titled, "I don't envy Nigerians' next president. I don't envy whoever will get into office because he will be facing gargantuan tasks. What will face him from day one are impossible odds." My conclusions were he either becomes a Superman or he needs a lot of luck, or he becomes an undertaker that would preside over the funeral of Nigeria. I have traveled across the continent. I have visited major hotspots. Like Rwanda, like Darfur, when where conflicts were actually the issues of the moments. Then it's not a very, very wonderful. It's an ugly sight. Wars are never solutions. Wars are never solutions to any social problem. So people who have seen war never advocate war at all, because wars devastate. A society needs more than 50 years to recover from a war. We have not, the Igbos, Nigeria has not even recovered from the Biafran war. We have not even talked about it, like the Rwandans did about their reconciliation, truth and conciliation, where people sat down in the Gachacha courts and then talked about the roles they played in the genocide. We have not even done that. So anybody who is advocating large-scale violence on the scale of war in Nigeria, that person has not seen war. That person needs his head re-examined, because wars determines who is left, not who is right.
Let me play a video and get your reaction of this to this video, which is something that we've discussed on this program for the past few days. Hold on, and I put it in the context of people who are trying to do something. Now, one of the arguments we hear is that they are trying to do this because there is no other solution. What do you say to them? Hold on a minute. Let me get the video and play it for you. Part of the challenge with just a minute. Okay. I'm sorry. All right, I think I found it. Hold on. I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah, sometimes I get my computer freezes and it wouldn't be able to. I told you that I need special help from. All right, okay, this is it. I got it. Let's take a look. So 10 minutes is not enough. So Simon, we have to first agree that we'll book you for another day.
I'm not promising that yet, but let us handle the time I have here.
Start at the beginning. So today we talked about what you said. You put out a statement that there should be lockdown, sit down at home for 5 days next week. We wanted to know what is behind that. Why do you think that people in the Southeast, they need to sit down at home for 5 days during this Christmas period? What are you aiming for?
I think we have been celebrating Christmas for as long as you were born. Every one of us here have celebrated and continue to celebrate Christmas for as long as we were born. I don't think that Christmas celebration in 2022 is the most thing that we need. People are being killed in Nigeria. People are being kidnapped every day. Military, police, DSS, killing our people, and nobody is talking. Not the governors, not the elite, not the elected leaders, not the UN, not the international community. Nobody is talking. So it is time. We have to take this responsibility by ourselves and speak in a language that everybody in the world will understand. We are not interrupting people from celebrating Christmas. We are Christians and we value the Christmas celebration. But what we have to do is that the 5-day sit at home is preparation for what is to come in 2023. We are believing that 2023 is the year that Biafra will come. I will say 2023 is the year of Nigeria disintegration. The disintegration of Nigeria will give birth to either Biafra or whatever that the disintegration have to offer. Freedom of many nations within Nigeria.
All right. So, what do you think?
Well, there are a lot of things to think about in that statement. Anybody's entitled. I'm a human rights guy. So one of the basic principles of fundamental human rights is the freedom of speech. Everybody has a right to say whatever he wants. But sometimes when somebody sits down to proclaim that he is ordering a sit at home, then you ask yourself, whom did he consult? Who made him an Igbo leader? Who made him the leader of his people for him to impose? Igbos are people that nobody imposes on anything on. You don't. Okay. The Igbos have a word. They will ask you, from where does your father's house lead to? Ordering people to sit at home. We should know. The people being killed in the Southeast were not only killed because they were traveling. They were, even these guys that were killed at Aguamede, were killed in their homes. So if you order them to sit in their homes, they could equally be killed there. So stopping their freedom of movement, which is a fundamental human right, is equally not even a solution to the problem. If you say 2023 is a time whatever you're planning will come to fruition. I don't know what they are planning. I'm not a member of their group. But the point is that we should be careful on how we advocate violence. War is not a child's play. War is not something you could try to initiate or engineer from the comforts of your room. Anybody who has seen war is always very careful when people talk about violence, when people talk about imposing their wills on other people. So such things, I don't hold it as anything. But the major problem is that there are people who are ready to listen to such people, and then they are wreaking havoc on the Southeast economy. If you want to protest people not talking about what is happening in Igbo land, you don't punish the people you're supposed to be defending. You don't enslave them to your whims and caprices for them to sit down because you ordered them to. That's not the way to bring about the redemption you are promising them. And I'm a fan of Solzhenitsyn, the Russian guy that spent much of his life in Siberian prison camp under Stalin. He said something very important. Our people should start reading. He said that most of those guys telling you that they're going to effect a revolution. They're effecting a revolution to impose a dictatorship. Is a dictatorship very what the Nigeria or the Igbo man wants in Nigeria today? The Igbo man is an egalitarian Republican. Anybody that doesn't know about the Igbo should go and read Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe, one of our most brilliant writers to ever come out of Africa. He elucidated what the Igbo character is all about. Those people who, like Okonkwo, want to achieve everything by force of raw strength and character, they end up committing suicide. That's the Igbo character. But the people who remain are people like Obi Erika, who remain to tell the story, who remain to point to the guy that believed that everything he could achieve by force, he committed suicide. They stay on the ground to point at him hanging on a rope. So the Igbo should take cues from that philosophy. It's very deep. Achebe wasn't just writing for the sake of writing. It was the oracles of the people speaking through Achebe that produced our work. So this is equally something for all of us today.
So if you listen or watch the news and you heard what happened in the last 2 days by people who were killed in Imo and Enugu states while people were trying to enforce the sit at home, what does that say to you?
Well, it's quite unfortunate that that the Southeast Nigeria is turning into the Northeast of Nigeria. So if those accusing others of trying to colonize the Igbos, they are now saying that the Southeast is already colonized by fear. There's a climate of fear reigning across board because people are no longer willing and able to travel. We have kidnappers, and we have those, the military and the police, who are equally afraid of confronting these kidnappers, or who are accused of working in cahoots with them. Because there have been reports that kidnappers are 5 meters away from an army checkpoint, and they do whatever they want to do and then get away with it. So if that could be the case, there is this suspicion that they are working together. And there are equally those who believe that they have arms and that they can defend our forests and all whatnot from the Fulani intruders. What have they been doing? I've not heard of them arresting any of the Fulani militants or jihadists, and all. There has never been a shootout between these two parties. It seems as that the two parties have divided the terrain for themselves, and then each person is minding his own terrain, because members, the people that are called unknown gunmen, have been known to kidnap people as well. So, it seems that there is a racket, a kidnapping racket from all the sides. Nobody knows who is who or what is happening. And this is what I am pointing out again. It's a failure of governance. The government has lost the monopoly of violence. It has lost the power to impose its will on the territory under its control. So what we have is just a shadow, a hollowed out government that is not doing anything to improve or protect the lives and properties of our citizens. It's quite unfortunate, and it's going to be terrible because all these parties, all these nameless and faceless parties, are feasting on the ordinary Nigerian, on the ordinary Igbo man, in the name of promising them one thing or the other. They are all promises. Okay, so
and when you hear them, they say that some people say that that they are not the ones killing Igbo people, that Igbo people don't kill Igbo people. That is the government that is using the opportunity to kill. What do you say to that? To kill Igbo people?
They should bring evidence to that effect. Like, anybody can say anything, but what makes what you're saying credible is the amount of evidence that you are able to adduce to support it. If you said you are not the one doing it, but sometimes sensible people don't create an essential arena for some foreigner to come and hijack their homeland. Okay, if you create an arena for people to come in and do whatever they like in your place, if I open the door by the way I make noise, the people will come into my house and devastate my sitting room and my whole apartment. I'm a foolish man. I used to think that we could use our heads more, but it does seem that cool heads are not prevailing here. Nerves are frayed. I can understand people are being killed by the militants, and then Fulani militants, we have to name them. And there are so many agendas that behind all these killings that we are yet to see. We are not parts of them. But whatever it is, we should exercise caution in our reaction, because you don't fight fire with fire. It doesn't bring anything. Cool heads. We should hold our government to account. And everybody who is responsible for killing anybody anywhere in Nigeria should be investigated. If the people committed atrocity crimes like the Fulani militants are doing, they should be investigated. And these are the people that could be arraigned in The Hague. We have a government to that effect. If there is an indication that there are elements of the Nigerian government who are supporting these massacres across board, these people should be investigated, indicted, and then prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. That's why laws are there. So you cannot say you don't take the laws into your hands because you are aggrieved. The principal law that anybody has is self-defense. The people who hide under self-defense say, but we are defending ourselves. But there are excesses that no civilized society can tolerate. And we are seeing these excesses across board in Southeast Nigeria today. So these are the things we should guard against.
Can you give us the difference between how the people in the middle belt are trying to defend themselves against the same group, the militant Fulani group, and how the people in the West are doing the same thing? Compare that to the way the people in the East. What's the difference?
Well, we have to understand the geographies differ here. In the middle belt is very close to the north. The western part of Nigeria is a distance for the Fulani militants to travel. And to that effect, we have more of them, in the middle belt and going for the south To the west, not a lot. That doesn't mean that they are not there. We saw the attacks at Owo, at the Catholic Church in Owo, about a year ago that slaughtered a lot of people. So they could strike anywhere at any time. But the Western governors took up a reaction. They said, we are forming our own outfit, security outfit to defend our people. They called it Amotekun. And all the governors of that region were on board that idea. And they established that. And they armed those guys and to take up that function, which the Nigerian police and the Nigerian military has failed to take up in their area. This failure of the Nigerian military and the Nigerian police is witnessed all over the country. That was why Danjuma asked the Middle Belters to take up arms and defend themselves. That was what. Don't forget that Danjuma was an ex-military general, and he was a part of the Nigerian government. So if a guy that belongs to the establishment could utter such words, that means he has seen something greater than we ordinary mortals could ever see. That's the same reason why Governor Masari of Katsina State told his people to arm themselves and to defend themselves. So the military and the security, Nigerian security architecture has collapsed in this regard. No doubt. So in the Middle Belt, what are they offering as a defense? They are being slaughtered every day. About 1.5 million Middle Belters are in Benue alone as refugees in camps. So they are not offering, whatever resistance they're offering is a feeble one, because it's not yielding anything. It's not stopping the genocidal onslaught of the Fulani jihadists or militants. That's the same thing we're seeing in Southeast Nigeria. But the major problem is that the governors of the Southeast Nigeria have not shown enough political will or enough political backbone like the Western Nigerian governors have done in arming their own outfit. Coupled with that is the fact that due to the Biafran agitation in Southeast Nigeria, the Ibubago outfit that the governors established has not gained widespread acceptance among the people. In Western Nigeria, it is different. It's gained wide acceptance among the people. So these are the factors militating against an effective strategy to combat the onslaught of the Fulani militants in Southeast Nigeria. There is an intrinsic division among the people. The Ibubago outfit has not gained widespread acceptance because the pro-Biafran groupings have rejected that, and then it has diffused across board, so to say. So these are the factors militating against an effective resistance to that. But all in all, Rudolph, we can never run away from the fact that this is attested by, this is warranted by the failure of governance at the federal level, because if the president has been able to wield the federal might to go against these Fulani marauders, like he wielded the federal might to go against the Biafran agitators since 2020, since February 2020, the entire Nigerian security architecture has been on security operations in the Southeast to stamp out the agitation. The security men have been accused by international human rights organizations of committing crimes against humanity in the Southeast of Nigeria every other day. So why have we not directed the same federal might to go against the genocide of militants that are slaughtering people right from the Middle Belt of Nigeria to the Southeast of Nigeria? These are legitimate questions to ask the president.
Okay, so for our audience who are watching, in another 15 minutes, we'll let you in to come and join the conversation. You can ask questions to Dr. Franklyn about his work and his opinion about what's going on in the Southeast. So let me now ask you, people are talking about the IDP camps that are already in Benue State, and that if nothing is done, we may soon see that in the Southeast. Are you concerned about that?
Well, it's a major concern everywhere where people are being slaughtered, where there is a credible evidence of ethnic cleansing. People, we should frighten people enough, they'll leave their land for you, and then they go into refugee camps to stay there. It's human that people run away when they are threatened. So, it's a concern. But this is why we are we are even calling on the international community to raise pressure, to put pressure on the Nigerian government to do right by its own people. Because, we can say the Ukrainian war or the World Cup has diverted media attention from what is going on in Nigeria. But people are dying every day. And what major countries of Europe and America have not, the Americans have not realized that Nigeria is a country of over 220 million people. And this is a very strategically placed country in Africa. That if this country collapses, that 200 million people, there will be a huge demographic displacement. And the distance between Europe and Africa is only 16 kilometers. That's 9 sea miles. So what they are seeing now as a migration wave of Africans crossing the Sahara to come to Europe, that will triple. 200 million people on the move. All the policemen and all the militaries in Europe cannot stop them. So this is why it is equally in their own self-interest to apply pressure on the Nigerian establishment, the elite and the rulers, to do right by their own people if they want stability in Africa. Because whatever happens in Nigeria will have ripple effects across the entire continent. And it's dangerous at the moment. It's the clock is ticking. It's getting 10 seconds to 0. And if nothing is done, we need help from our European neighbors, from our African neighbors. We need serious help to stop this dangerous trend, because it's getting to the point where we can no longer salvage these problems alone ourselves.
What kind of help are you talking about? If they try to advise the government to do things and they refuse to do that, what happens?
Well, what does America do to Russia? When Russia marched into Ukraine, the whole of the Western world stamped on Russia with their sanctions. You can sanction Nigeria. We gain foreign exchange from our trade with those countries. So, with sanctions, you could make a government do right by its own people. But the criminal thing, sometimes the poverty of ideas dominating the decision-making bodies across our institutions in Nigeria is frightening. We asked people, the government asked people to go and register for BVIN for their banking activities. The government asked people under Issa Pantami to go and register their telephones. These kidnappers, these militants, use telephones to coordinate their attacks, but none of them has been traced till today. These kidnappers, some of them use our banking facilities to collect their ransom, but we have not prosecuted anybody. We have not even prosecuted the people who aid and facilitate all these deals till today. So why did the government ask us to go and register our BVN again and then register our telephones again if they cannot use it to track down the ringleaders of these acts? If the government could, like I always say, they could track down Sunday Igbo as he crossed the border to Benin Republic or Nnamdi Kanu, wherever he was holed up, then they could equally track down these guys. So there are things they're not telling us.
Yeah, I've listened to you now for a while, and some of the Biafran agitators make the same kind of argument you make, that the government has failed and they have to do something. They can't wait for anybody else. Do you fault them for doing that, for saying that they can't wait anymore?
No, I don't fault anybody for taking whatever measures the person feels to defend himself. But we have to think about the bigger picture. Actions have consequences. Once they started the agitation before in lieu of what the Fulani were doing, and now they have a whole army in the southeast on their necks, destroying some parts of the southeastern region. So the militants are destroying the southeast from one hand, the kidnappers are making the roads unsafe, and the army is an operation trying to hunt down agitators. So is a three-pronged attack. You cannot go against the might of a state like Nigeria that doesn't give a hoot about slaughtering people. The Nigerian government, Nigerian state, has been known to slaughter her citizens. We saw that so many times. Abacha slaughtered people protesting on the streets of Lagos. Obasanjo, when he was in office, what happened at Zakibiam? It was a kind of genocide. So the Nigerian government doesn't hesitate in going hard on destroying a part of Nigeria to achieve its own aims. So we should use our heads more. Yeah, everybody has it. Every Nigerian that you ask today will tell you that our government has failed. Chinua Achebe said it as early as 1983 in a simple little pamphlet, that the trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely the failure of leadership. So we're not saying anything new. So this has been the case. And the chickens are now coming home to roost. All these failures, all these governmental failures have now multiplied and created a situation that has become seriously dangerous for the entire country. Because no part of Nigeria is now free of agitation. No part of the country is free of insecurity issues. So we can see the cross board. But the reaction of the people to it, yeah, I cannot fault the people for choosing to defend themselves. I cannot do that in good conscience. But
when they say something like what you just said now, people are dying already. So if by our action more people die, well, it's not bad because we are fighting to make things better. People are already dying. What do you say to that? Or like someone said that if you stay at home, you saw the video, if you stay at home for 1 week or 2 weeks, I mean, you're already suffering. So maybe that's a price to pay. I hear that a lot.
No. I don't buy that nihilistic philosophy. It's a very nihilistic, it's a very dangerous philosophy. Anybody telling you that is either a sociopath or a raving mad man. I make bold to say that. Anybody telling you because you're suffering already, then you can continue whatever I do. No, listen, we have to be very careful on the people we'll listen to. Okay, that you sit down in the comforts of your room. Let this person saying that travel to Nigeria and sit at home with his people, not sitting in the comforts of his room to declare whatever he wants on people he has not even visited in a long while. Go there. If you are a general, go and lead your troops from the front, not sitting back somewhere where you're enjoying the comfort of an economy that is stable or a country that is at peace. And then you are issuing threats and all what. No, you don't. You can do that kind of thing. People are dying in real time, and you are wrecking lives and histories of people. Yeah, that people. This is where we could, and I always believe in dialogue. There could always be a common front on effective strategies of combating the encroachment on the land of the people. But you don't punish the same people you are claiming to defend, or because you want. No, there are other agendas in play other than the love of the people that we claim to. There are ways. We have elected governments. We could hold these governments accountable. And when get your voters card. Go and vote this government out. Go and vote. We are equally the cause of all these problems. Because we vote in our brothers that are incompetent. And then they go in there and then our land becomes deluged with incompetence. And then we are harvesting all this. In 2015, when people were going to vote for Buhari, a lot of us screamed. Buhari, as a military head of state, achieved nothing. He was a thoroughgoing dictator. He imprisoned Tunde Irabo and Ndoka Thompson under Decree 2. He shot to death Bartholomew Owo and Ogedengbe for a crime that they committed before the law was made, which is to say the law was retroactively applied, which is a crime against humanity. We screamed that this man is not fit to govern Nigeria. But the people who believe that he is their brother voted him in. And all of us are suffering today for that. So, Blair, George Orwell said, those who elect dictators or bad governments are not just innocent victims. They are the ones that caused it themselves.
Now we are going to let our audience join us in just another 2 minutes. But let me ask you this question. There's this charge that people like you, and I think each time you come here, I mention this, people like you, the intellectual class, abandon the space in the Southeast. And it has to be filled. And that people who filled it are people that maybe you don't recognize as Igbos or people who are pursuing things in the Igbo way. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I agree with them. We, the intellectuals, have failed not only Igbo land. We, as intellectuals, as a class, have failed Nigeria. We, as a class, have failed Africa, because the responsibility is ours. To Nnamdi Azikiwe had a newspaper around the 1940s. The motto of his newspaper was "Show the light, and the people will find a way." That was the West African pilot. We have failed to show the way, and our people are wallowing in darkness. But today there are flashes of light that could lead the way to a new renaissance. It doesn't mean that we have not been speaking from our various perches across board. We have, but the point is that we have not been able to reach our people. It's our failure. We have to own up to that. So we, as a class of intellectuals, we have failed our people. There is no two ways. We cannot talk about it in a very brilliant manner. No, we have failed. And the best way to start arriving at a solution is to recognize that you have failed. And then the St. Nicholas of Cusa called it Dr. Ignorantia. That is, to know where you have failed is a step for you towards retracing your steps. So we but even at that, when have the Igbo as a group, as a people, ever listened to one man? Did we listen to Chinua Achebe when he wrote The Trouble with Nigeria? How many of us Igbos have read The Trouble with Nigeria? He wrote about the Igbo question. Chapter 8 of that little document talked about the Igbo question, Igbo and Nigerians. Did we read that? So how many, if our greatest intellectual, Achebe, did we listen to him? Most of the articles we write, we write them for journals or international fora. Yeah, I can understand that. We have failed. Yeah, that doesn't excuse us. But the Igbo are known for their rugged individualism. So this rugged individualism makes every Igbo man believe that he is as good as the other, which is a very great thing. That's our Republican ethos. It could lead us to the pinnacle of achievement. But it comes, like Achebe said, with an overweening hubris that makes us think that we are better than everyone else. And that's our greatest weakness. That's why Okonkwo had to commit suicide, because Okonkwo believed that every other elder in that square couldn't do anything to stem the tide of the white man who is colonizing his space. And he went and took singular action. And what did that singular action result in? He killed a court clerk. And when they came for him, the community withdrew. And then he had to pay for it with his life. We have to be careful not to be like Okonkwo as a society, as a nationality.
All right. Thank you, Franklin. It's been wonderful. Let's bring in our audience to join this conversation. Blessing is in Enugu, so I'll start with Blessing. Blessing, you have any question for Dr. Franklin?
Doc, please, can you just pass me over right now? Let me get my thoughts together. I just joined the show.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me go to Okechukwu. Okechukwu, welcome to the show. Okechukwu, can you unmute yourself? All right. Okay, go ahead. Okechukwu, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Okechukwu Emmanuel, and I'm calling from Canada. I didn't join the conversation from the beginning. I joined like 2 minutes ago. But there's something Mr. Franklin said that caught my attention. We as Ndi Igbo, we have been through a lot. And it doesn't seem that there is solution in sight. And we keep going round and round and round and round, hoping that we have a space in Nigeria where we do not. I was a kid back in 1982, and we used to have this perspective that Nigeria go better. Till now, with all my beard white, it's still the same problem. I think the best thing for us to do is to exit Nigeria. And like we all know, looking at people that have done it in the past, it's not going to be an easy way or easy route. Since 1945, we have been victims of the Nigerian state. And that was before independence. The programs in Kano, the civil war or the genocidal war against our people, which my father lost 38 siblings. The effect of that war is still very visible in my family as we speak. And then we keep expecting a Messiah, a Messiah, a Messiah. It's time we take the bull by the horn and leave Nigeria. If they want to kill us, let them come and kill all of us.
All right, thank you. Let me say before you answer, Franklin. For those we call you, please just go straight to the question or comment. Make it brief so that we can get as many people as possible. And
Okay.
Franklin, I don't know if you want to take one at a time or you want to take three, and then whichever way.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me. I will take this one
Okay.
straight, and then after that, maybe we could take it in clusters of 3 or 4, and then we'll go from there. My brother, I can feel your pain. I can feel your pain. But faulty analysis always leads to faulty solutions. Okay. So you made a claim that we have been victims of the Nigerian state since 1945. The Nigerian state was not in the Nigeria as an independent nation, started in 1914.
That is
not as an
okay,
amalgamation.
go ahead.
As an amalgamation, started in 1914.
I know all that. What my comment was a summary. I didn't want to go into how Nigeria was formed. The experiment to form Nigeria started in 1872. I don't want to go back to all that.
Okay, Chuku, you have to let our guest answer you.
Okay, so when we say that we have been victims of the Nigerian state, every other.
Sorry, I'm getting an echo. Please mute yourself. I don't know who. I'm trying to mute everybody. If you are not speaking, please mute yourself. All right, hold on. I think I know who that is. Okay, go ahead. All right.
Okay, so can you hear me now? Is it clear now?
We can hear you.
Every other Nigerian nationality could equally say the same thing, that they've been victims of the Nigerian state, and with good reasons. Okay. If we say we exit, who are the we? We exit Nigeria. Who are the we? Do we talk about the Nigerian, the Igbos who are living in Kano, who have established roots there, who have spread everywhere across the length and breadth of Nigeria, not even Nigeria alone, across Africa and everywhere? I have a different view. Your views, I'm not questioning it. If you arrive at the solution as exiting, I have a different view. My view is the Igbo spirit is too creative to be bottled in one little space. We don't even need Nigeria. We need entire continent to express these creative energies that we came endowed with. Why am I saying that? First of all, those proposing exit, if you can achieve that peacefully, great. But there is no way you can attain that without going to war in the present Nigerian configuration. I'll give you instances of places. You said those that have tried it. Which states have tried it in Africa and how did they fare? South Sudan, Eritrea. The Tigrayans tried it in Ethiopia this time, and what happened? So, and then what are the resources you will use to that effect? I don't mean mineral or whatever. International resources. Nigeria is a state recognized in international law. Your agitation could be recognized if you are able to make that case. Which resources at the international level do we have to make that case? Do we understand the geopolitics of it? Today, how many superpowers do we have? And which of them do we have on our side of this case? None. The only power that could speak for you is a superpower that could sanction you going your way. Do you know why Europe will not support us? Because if Europe supports us, they are going to sanction Catalonia going away from Spain. They are going to sanction Scotland going away from England. If America supports you, they're going to sanction Texas and the southern states forming the Confederacy. They are never going to do that. Is it the Chinese? The Chinese are very wary of what they're doing in Africa. Is it Russia? Russia is embroiled in a war in the Ukraine with the rest of the Western society. So who will be out there to speak for you? If we try as a people to go to another way, no people survives 2 wars, we will be devastated. This is what we are. So look at the practicalities of it. How do we tend to achieve it? Yeah, we have a goal. Everybody can have a goal. It is good. If we can achieve it peacefully, great. But how do you go about that in the present global configuration today? All these guys that people call, people have thought about this long and hard. Ojukwu came out to tell us that the Biafra we have today is the Biafra of the mind. That guy is not stupid. He's one of the most decorated historians we have. We can use our youthful exuberance and say, yes, we can do that. But ask any of those proposing that. Give me an actionable plan on how we intend to achieve that. You will see all these discussions will die down. What can we do? We can be smarter. We can play smarter politics. If we get, wait, I am not, you can, well, my views are not absolute. Anybody is entitled to his views. So I'm not making a pronouncement like those who will tell you, if you don't believe in my views, I will kill you. No, I'm not that kind of person. We can always argue. We can always dialogue this out. Look at, you live in Canada. Look at Quebec. How long have they been at it? Has the Canadian government given them an inch till today? We could gain, I'm not finished. We could gain a lot of things. We could get by making serious cases. We could equally go for a confederation. We could equally go for regionalism. These are things that will be music to the ears of those other Nigerians that we are in the same space with. We cannot only look at our nose and our interests alone. We have to look at your interest in comparison with those people around you, those people your decision will affect. The Igbo man is being feared in Nigeria because of the Biafran war. You rightly said, we have not even recovered from that. We have not. Most of all these people talking about the war were born after 1970. We never see the war. Anybody that has actually seen war will tell you, never ever embark on anything that will bring such a pestilence on your people. I was in Rwanda. I saw firsthand what it is, what a genocide is all about. I was in Darfur, Sudan. I saw what war could do. I will take you on a visit with me to any of these African countries where there are wars. After that, if you keep on this path of trying to challenge the territorial integrity of a state that is dysfunctional, everybody agrees Nigeria is dysfunctional. Everybody wants Nigeria to break apart. We can dialogue that out. If we could convince the Yorubas, convince the Middle Belters that we need that, if we could convince them, well and good. But anybody that goes the path of confronting the Nigerian state, we will not come out of it well, because we don't have a navy, we don't have an army, we don't have anything to help us, and we don't have the international diplomatic clout that makes such things possible. This is all I'm saying.
All right, thank you, Franklin. No, okay, Chukwu, what we are going to do is I have to get you out so that other people can come in. And if at the end we have more time, you can come back and give a second question,
You can dialogue with me privately, okay, Chukwu? We can always...
Okay, Chukwu, you can also contact me. Yeah, contact me. I'll give you his contact, okay? All right, let me go to Vin. Vin, just make it straight to question, no lectures, so that we can get as many people as possible. Okay, Chukwu, thank you so much. Vin, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages, and good evening to all the great panelists here. This is Van Maxwell. I am talking from the beautiful city of Bolgatanga in the upper eastern part of upper eastern part of Ghana. You see, sir, I served in the Nigerian army for 18 years. And I would tell you, sir, that you have failed the Igbo people. You have failed the Igbo people. And it is time now for all of you.
Do you have a question, Vin? Do you have a question?
One man,
will you shut up your mouth and allow me to talk? Who gave you the moderator here? Why are you doing this? Every time you come out here, you try to show yourself. What is wrong with you?
Just calm down. Go ahead.
Please.
Go ahead.
So that is what I'm saying. When you look at the Liberian issue, because I served there for 3 years, 8 months, and I fought all over, even in Sierra Leone, and the Rwanda you spoke about. I know what war is. I was in Yugoslavia as well. I know what war is. Okay, so the Liberia chancellor organized himself to fight a very bad government of Samuel Kanyado in Liberia from the United States. I do not know whether you know about that. The Ellen Johnson Sirleaf that you see today supported is an American Liberia that supported Chancellor. They have a luncheon in the United States that made them to fight Samuel Kanyado's dictatorial regime. What are you people doing? For how long are you people going to allow your people to suffer the consequences of what they are suffering today? You can bear me witness, that the Igbo coup the Christian did today wasn't an Igbo coup. It was christened in order to keep the Igbos on the floor. What are you doing, you and your colleagues, in order to pull out Igbos from this shackle? Because as I know, the Constitution will never allow its anti-Southern Nigeria. And before you can make any changes, you have to change that foundation and make a balance in the National Assembly. Otherwise, you will not get the vote that you needed to make any meaningful thing in that country. Thank you, and God bless you, sir.
Thank you, Maxwell.
Okay, well, Maxwell, I can see you. I understand your passion, which seems to be very infectious at the moment. When you question what I know much more than you can ever believe that I do in relation to the internationalization of this politics. You talked about Liberia. Charles Taylor was armed by the CIA, okay? And when they got tired of him, they used Obasanjo to get him out and then arrested him in Calabar here, okay? So I knew everything about the Liberian Civil War, which I did a lot of papers on. I knew everything about Rwanda, which I visited. Yugoslavia, I knew the politics of it, okay? That the Kosovans were able, it was America trying to create a state. That's why I asked the question, which international power do you have on your side? So in Liberia, the Americans were supporting Charles Taylor with arms and everything and diplomatic clout. Who is supporting whatever is happening in Southeast Nigeria today? You need that. You at that level, politics is ruthless. And what do you have to offer them? You have to ask yourself, what do you have to offer the international community to stand for you? Are you strategic enough that they can use you as a stepping stone to fight Russia or China in the Southeast? You are not. Do you have any natural resource that could help them in producing lithium batteries for the electric cars that they are making today? No, you don't. So we can scream from here to kingdom come. You can call all your intellectuals names. You can call everybody names. It doesn't change these facts on the ground. So if we don't come to that table with something that we can offer them, freedom is not something you just wish. Remember, how many people are you talking about here? We are all screaming. If a single bomb is dropped in Onitsha today, every Igbo man will become a refugee. Have you ever thought about that? And do we have the facilities to counteract that if we rise in unison to stand against a state that is corrupt and dysfunctional? When states are dying, they commit genocide. Nigerian state is so dysfunctional that it's dying already. Why should we offer the blood and bodies of our young people to this genocidal machine? This is where thinking is called for. It's not about screaming and showing that we can. Those guys that you are playing, they are playing smarter. They go to Washington and ally themselves with the powers that be. Who do we have? And when we will be killed, it will not be televised on the newspapers because the press across the world will be forced to keep quiet. So what do? Adolf Hitler, who is one of the most terrible men ever to live, said something. He said, don't die for your ideas. Live and fight for them. Let the other guy die for his ideas. We should learn that.
All right, thank you, Maxwell. I have to get you out so that we'll give room for other people. Austin, you're next. Austin Okeke. Unmute yourself, Austin. Go ahead. You can now talk.
Yes. In this case, what is the best solution to our problems in Nigeria? Because the Igbo man is really suffering, even though all Nigerians are equally suffering. But I believe the Igbo man, because of the effect of the war, is still suffering most, even though the Igbos are the richest in Nigeria. But where are the values are not really there. So what do we do? Well, I don't believe in our fighting a war, starting a war, because we are not really equipped. You know, it looks, fighting a war is not as cheap as you think. So what do we do in this case? It's a very difficult situation we find ourselves in.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we should not. The most important thing is that we should not run into the despair that our situation is in. I'm hearing.
Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I muted him. Go ahead.
We should not degenerate into that psychological defeat, into that depression that our situation is insurmountable. It is when it is darkest before dawn. It is when it is dark that we can see the stars. This is why we are all called upon. We all are parts of the solution. You know what I see? I am not partisan in my politics. You know what I see in the brilliance of Peter Obi at the moment is that he has given us an essential platform to vote for another version of the Nigerian reality. That version that cherishes merit, that cherishes excellence, that cherishes development. If you listen to what he has been saying on the campaign trail, he has been touching the right notes. And this is supposed to be where creative people like major Nigerian nationalities, Igbos, Hausas, Yorubas, creative people in these nationalities should come together to salvage not only our tribal cocoon. It is not important, because I always tell people that the black man will gain respect anywhere is when Nigeria rises to become a first world nation. We cannot rise only as Biafrans. We cannot rise only as Yorubas. We cannot rise only as Hausas. No, we are together. We are not destined to be together. But when whatever brought us together has given us an essential platform to make the best out of what we have. And Obi has been touching all this. He will always tell the North, the greatest asset we have is the vast arable land in the north of Nigeria, which I believe to be the correct thing. Many of us here who are criticizing, thinking that the North is doing this and that, has not even traveled the length and breadth of Nigeria. If you travel the length and breadth of Nigeria and see the kind of difference, you will see that the North is not even monolithic. You will see that there's not even one North, as we call it, that is oppressing us. No. Nigeria is too deeply divided and deeply diverse that we could get people that agree with us from every part of this country. Solutions. We are the solutions we are looking for. Obama said that. Only Nigerians can salvage Nigeria. Only Igbos can salvage Igbo land. Not by spoiling for war. We can start thinking, what can we do? You know, that's what I said sometime. We were asked for a development blueprint. We wrote up a blueprint and told the governors, you guys get 200 million every month as security vote. Why can't the 5 Eastern governors get this money every month for a year, give it to a German company, Siemens, and build a rail line that runs in a ring across the entire southeastern capitals? If you do that alone, you will open up that corridor. You will create massive employment. Infrastructure will be there. If you talk to investors, they will now come in to invest because you have infrastructure to scaffold development. They will build their industries, transport their goods to the market, and then you will create massive jobs for your people. And then you will connect your whole region. And I will always tell people, I live in Germany. As a student, I was traveling from Frankfurt to Berlin to go and chase a girl. Until Nigeria becomes, or Igbo land becomes a place where you could travel from Enugu, go to dance in Onisha, and come back tomorrow morning without even wasting any time. We are not developed at all. So do we need the federal government to do that for us? So these are simple solutions that governors could start implementing in their states and enrich the lives of the people. But give a local government chairman the massive amounts of money they get every month What does he do with it? He buys jeeps. We don't have roads that he drives them on. But we are here criticizing a faceless cabal that doesn't exist in my imagination. There are little things that we could do, holding those people responsible. I was so proud of Imo youths who one time stood up to a guy that have been in the Senate for so many times and said, you are not going again. You didn't achieve anything for us. These are the kind of resistance we need to start building across board. It must be political awareness. We have to be politically aware. Start from the local. Every politics is local. If we start from the local basis to challenge those we send to these places to represent us, by the end of the day, you will see them sitting up to carry our concerns and interests at heart. And then our people will have a better life. This is what happens all over Europe. Politics is local. We live in civilized. We should see it that way as well.
All right. Thank you, Austin. Thank you so much for joining us. I will let I'll remove you and let someone else join. Proudly Bear, you're next. Oh, before you hold on, let me read a question on the comment section. This is from Pansat. He said, please ask on my behalf, can Mr. Franklyn tell us the difference between Saddam Hussein's Iraq and Nigeria regarding the Iraq war conducted by the US?
Well, okay.
That's the question.
Well, the Iraqi history is something different altogether. You have to know Saddam came to power using the Ba'athist Party, okay? And then the Americans armed him in 79 to fight against the Iranians. They gave him all the weapons he needed. And they gave him even the chemical weapons he used on the Kurds. So when he fell out of their favor, what happened? They kicked him out. You know, he was the guy that they were referring to when they called him, he's the son of a bitch, but he's our own son of a bitch. So they were using him to, you know, stabilize the oil marketing. Is the Saudis played them off because Iraq has the second largest oil reserve in the world then. So, and George Bush and the new cons connived and then marched into Iraq and upstaged the regime. Iraq was not involved in 9/11. It was 19 Saudis. Instead of attacking the Saudis that were their greatest beneficiaries of American largesse, they attacked Saddam, who was already degraded to a great extent. So if you compare both countries, I don't see basis for comparison, actually. We can say Nigeria under Buhari. Buhari has only, on May 29th, he leaves office. He must leave whether he likes it or not. And Nigeria is blessed, with a lot of human resources. The Nigerian human beings are some of the greatest I've met, in my journeys across the world. Iraqis too. But there are no, the Iraqi, if you ask me about the Iraqi war, which of the wars? Is it the Gulf War that they fought from 1979 to 1988 with Iran? Or is it the American War of 2003 that where the Americans sent the Marines to kick him out? And which Nigerian war? The Biafran War. Everything I know about the Biafran War, I read in books, and I have written extensively on the Biafran War as well. I have a book that I refused to publish that I finished in 2003. I refused to publish it because I mentioned some things that I wasn't supposed to mention. So it's still going through editing. The Nigerian Biafran War, we have to know, it was an oil war. Okay. And many of the participants didn't understand what was at play then. If you read Ralph Uwechwe's book on that war, Ralph Uwechwe was Biafran's ambassador to France. And your eyes will open really well to what was going on, the internal dynamics in the Biafra of those days. Forget the speeches that everybody was making. And then you will ask yourself, why did the British have to side the Nigerian government? It was an oil war. And if you read the declassified documents from the British government itself, it said that they were protecting their oil interests. And they were never going to allow a 34-year-old Odimegwu Ojukwu who studied in England and knew them too well to determine what is going to happen to Shell BP's interest in Nigeria. So there are oil wars. This could be the basis for comparison between Iraq and Nigeria. But other than that, these are major powers defending their oil interests. And when major powers rise to defend their interests, smaller nations get swallowed up in what they don't know. And their major leaders will think that they are fighting for a just cause, but they are being used by forces external to them to attain their diplomatic goals. So it's unfortunate, but today, with the benefit of hindsight, we see all this. In the documents, these actors themselves put down in their own archives and sealed for 50 years. So if you want to know more about the Biafran War, you really need to go to British archives. I could send a lot of links to you guys that you guys could check out. And if you see the diplomatic cables going on between Lagos and London, then you will understand, you have a better view of that war, other than the one channel narrative that we hear that they are, so there are many narratives to that effect. So that's why we studying about our history is pretty important. I will urge all of us to do that and educate those who don't know, because it's because of lack of education that our people hold on to positions that are not even tenable, that they don't even see that there are international players in whatever happens in Nigeria. Nigeria is too rich to be left to develop on its own without external powers coming into play a role. So we should know that and think intelligently before we engage these forces that we don't know.
All right, thank you. Proudly Bear, you're next.
Hello, Mr. Damages, and hello, Franklin. Nice having you here. The question that you were asked, I don't think you gave a vivid, narrowed answer to it as it hitting the nail on the head. You have so many flamboyant, good vocabularies of the books you've written. It's like, to an ordinary lay person who is not very educated like myself and some in the streets, in the villages, they want solution. What exactly do the Igbos want? Do they want Biafra or do they want Obi? Because a house that is divided upon itself is going nowhere. That is one. The 1999 Constitution, if we want to be in Nigeria, needs to be examined. I know you said we have to, get together and start doing stuff, to work our ways up there, starting from the localities. Why is the Igbo land in shambles? Why is there so much division? I know other ethnicities have much divisions, even though we seem to say we are Republicans. Can't we come together, at least have an agreement and support, have one voice, decide which way we want to go? There are too many voices out there, too many keyboard warriors on the YouTube giving false information, which does not tell well on the Igbos. If you don't know anything, don't open your mouth. It will do you so much good than speaking jargons. And again, how is it possible that no one knows the people killing the Igbos in Igbo land? How come no one is held accountable? So what are you telling me? Do you actually know what is happening in Igbo land, or is it just writing books? We don't want books. We want results. We want correct answers, things to be done so that either we if we are going to be in Nigeria, fine, we be in Nigeria and then start from the grassroots and work our ways up. How can we make Igbo land better? If we were going to be in Nigeria, fine, but and a better way, in a better way, not as the way it is now, because it's not good at all. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. So, Franklin.
Thank you, my sister. Well, I'm sorry that I am speaking flamboyant English. It wasn't intentional. I'm taking cognizance of the fact that I intend to speak to us and to other people that are not us as well. You see, the point is, life is not black and white. Those that want simple answers, life and politics are complex realities. Even starting from our own families, each person has his own tendencies, propensities. Each person has his own likes and dislikes. Each person has his own interests. So politics is a festival of interest. It's a platform where interests are debated and interests are aligned or realigned for people to, each person to gain a little bit. We should not see Igbo land here is suffering. Other Nigerians will tell you, we are suffering too. Go to Zamfara State, for example. The Hausas are being wiped out by the Fulani militants. The Hausas, but we in the South, we merge the Hausa and the Fulani as one people. But they are in a deadly battle in Zamfara State. The BBC did a documentary on that. The Hausas are telling you that they don't want these people anymore in their land. In Kano, it was the very same thing that led to the emir of Kano being deposed by Ganduje. So people in the know will tell you. So there, this infighting. So there, what can we do? I'm looking at solutions now. There are a lot of things we can do. You ask yourself, what does the Igbo want? What does an ordinary Igbo man want? My mother in the village, what does she want? She wants to be able to sleep in peace at night, feed herself and the goats around three square meals a day. So every person wants the major responsibility, or what I call the essence of a government, is provision of security of lives and property, the welfare of the people. All of us need that. So if the government is able to provide security and then provide the economic playing field that is level, where everybody could invest honest labor and then go home with the proceeds thereof. That's what we need. Do we need more? We don't need to be greater than our neighbor. We can be greater than our neighbor if we get our governors to think about developing, making Igbo land the Bavaria of Africa. Look at it. Go to Newi alone. These people are fabricating machine parts like there is no tomorrow. What are the government investments in those areas? These guys could create massive amounts of jobs for our people. And no man that works and earns his honest labor will have time to go and fight or carry a gun and kill people. Go to Otuonisha main market. This is a multi-trillion-dollar establishment. Which government investments are going in there to make sure that these guys have access to the finance they need to multiply their trade and create economic opportunities for all of us? Coal Camp in Enugu is another place. These are industrial hubs where we could start. If you come to Germany, everywhere you will see little hubs of industries in each locality. And this is the driver that drives the German economy. This is what makes Germany the largest and the richest economy in Europe. It's not massive, building massive. They don't have oil. They don't have any natural resource. The only natural resource that Germany has are its people. That is why education is free here from the day you were born to the university level, to your doctor, to anything you can study. Here, we can provide that. We can start that. We can even ignore Nigeria and develop at our own pace. Let me tell you, the whole Nigeria will make a beating path to our door. Can you imagine the number of Africans that are coming to Aba to buy shoes when Aba was in her hair days? Do you know the amount of Africans that are traveling from the Sahara to Otuonisha to buy materials and go back and sell in their places? You can say, yeah, government policies could affect all this. But if we are able to build local economies that are stable, the Igbo man will not even have time to question Nigeria. Nigeria could be doing whatever shit they want. The economy of California is richer than many countries in Africa put together, a state.
So are you now saying the governors, the people we put in power in the Igbo land, are the ones actually destroying the Igbo land?
No. Don't put words in my mouth. I know what I said. What I said is that they can do more.
Because they are our voices, isn't it? So if they are not speaking out and doing the right things for us to put the structures that we need in place for things to function legitimately and well, then Igbo land is not going to develop. Young people are going to keep getting frustrated because they have nothing doing.
I agree with you. The frustration is massive, not only in Igbo land. Now, the Igbos, our reaction to it has been good. The reaction of people in the Midwest, if you come to Europe, I'm sorry, this is a very bad example. The majority of prostitutes we have across board are from one part of Nigeria. This is a reaction to the frustration, economic frustration of Nigerians. If you go to Libya, where Nigerians we are sold as slaves, these are Nigerian young people at the cream of their powers. This is a reaction to what the Germans call Perspektivlosigkeit. That is, they don't stand a chance. So people are reacting in various ways. The rich Nigerians, how do they react? Because it's biting everybody. They send their kids abroad to study. They are fighting with us here for buses and all whatnot. The poor Nigerians that have learned, in Europe there is we can achieve it. They cross the Sahara. The women that cannot cross, they come and sell their bodies. Okay, so there are a lot of reactions to that. The Igbo reaction has been twofold. Majority of us are doing what they call the Japa thing, and the others that cannot do the Japa thing are listening to those who have done the Japa thing, and then they are feeding on themselves inside that enclave. But there could be a better way to react to it.
Sorry, the men are selling their body.
No. Okay. Proudly, Bia, we can't let you. This is not a conversation between you and the guests. So you can come back if we have more time. Okay, let's get other people involved. Blessing, you're next.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to our guests. Thank you so much, sir. It's been a pleasure listening to you. Please, I have two questions. A lot of time that I listen to. Please, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you, Blessing.
Okay, a lot of times that I've heard young Igbo people speak, especially when it comes to this Biafra thing, it's a bit disappointing. And I say this without any apology. The Igbos have a proverb. Most of them, what they know about the war is hearsay. Ase. That is all they know. And this, to a large extent, has taken a huge dent on their psyche. So when you hear them profess support for either the Kanu faction of the IPOB or the ECAS faction of the IPOB, it does not come from a place of personal deep conviction. It comes from a sort of shallow thinking that is bewildering. You hear them talk and you wonder, is this person reasoning correct? And I'm asking, the damage that has been done to these people's side, because I have no choice. I have no problem with anybody supporting what they support, as long as blood is not being wasted, which is my second question. But what I'm trying to say is there a way to get these people that have believed so much in so much misinformation out there to go back? Is there a way to re-engineer their psyche on this whole Biafra thing? Because there's a lot of misinformation. Number two, I want to talk about the killing in Enugu, because Enugu has a very special place for me. I heard, I'm going to be very bold about this. I don't know if it is safe, but I've heard word on the street, severally words on the street, people pointing fingers to a certain person, that since this person came into Enugu, things have just gone haywire. And I want to ask, this person is a highly placed person in the military. I want to ask, in this situation now, because the Nimbo massacre of 2016, they were pre-warned, the indigenes were pre-warned like 2 days before about the impending attack, and some of them were able to leave town before these people attacked them at dawn. Now, if you have people who are complicit at the tier of the security apparatus, how then do we go back, regroup, and re-strategize and protect our own people? That is my second question. Thank you.
Oh, well, your questions are quite a handful. I am not going to deal with the words on the street because I don't have credible evidence. And in my profession, I am a guy that deals with evidence. So if I have evidence, I could speak to the issues. But to the very first question you raised, what can we do about the people whom you believe their psyche has been, damaged by the narratives that they heard about the Biafran war? I don't blame them. I don't blame equally our people. There was no psychological therapy offered to Igbos after the war. Nigeria we have not even been able to deal with the war. We have not even talked openly about what happened in Biafra. And that's the painful thing. People were massacred, the world watched. I have a German book here that was written by a Swiss author. Ein Volk stirbt und die Welt schaut zu. That's German. A people were dying and the world just watched. That was Biafra. Frederick Fawcett, who wrote a lot of brilliant novels, was a reporter in Enugu in Biafra when he was 16 when they started. Tilman Silge, a German guy who started an organization that is called Voices for Persecuted Peoples. He came out of Biafra that damaged his psyche. He started that organization. Steve Jobs talked about Biafra in his autobiography, which I have here. Excuse me. I'm not advertising. If you pick up he talked about Biafra, what Biafra did to him. There was a Mayrock that burnt himself to death on the streets of New York to protest what was going on in Biafra. So Biafra was a tragedy for the Igbos. And I'm not missing what's in saying it. It was a tragedy for us because it, wars destroyed the psyche of a people. There were studies that were done in Germany about the Jews. There was a little girl born in the 1990s. She didn't experience the genocide, the Holocaust. But she will wake up in her dreams and will be screaming as if to say she was there when it happened. And the researchers concluded that trauma is passed on in the genes from generation to generation. So some of us are still carrying the trauma that were passed down to us genetically, the traumas of Biafra. So that's why, that's why education is pretty important. If we don't know all this, we will not even know how to start helping our people. We were a very traumatized race. We were traumatized. The war traumatized all of us, even those that were born after it. We are still carrying scars of that war in our genes. And it affects the way an ordinary Igbo man reacts when the word Biafra is mentioned. It holds a place deep in our hearts. But that is not the reason why we should make mistakes that may bring such traumas again back. I don't know. There has never been anybody, both in Nigeria or from the Igbo side, who were defeated in war. A defeated people. What we are suffering today is what defeated peoples all over the world suffer. They are alienated from the politics of the country because if they give you power, they will think, hey, if this guy was able to challenge us at the other times, this time around, if they have power, they will eliminate all of us. Because those who did you wrong will always think that you would revenge when you come into a position of power. So they will do everything to shut you out. It's normal. And this is where we need to think more. We need to be a thinking people instead of a talking people. We talk a lot. I thought that Ohaneze could have been a vehicle for that. If I was the president of Ohaneze, the very first thing I could have done is to initiate a dialogue with mental health professionals on how to do a truth and reconciliation, that we could talk about Biafra. We were forbidden from talking about Biafra. Even history was banned in our schools so that Biafra will not be discussed. So Nigeria has not dealt with the Biafran genocide and the implications. There were no papers presented on it. There were nothing. It is very important for the psychological health of our people for something like that to happen. So that's why I don't even blame these guys that are agitating for Biafra, because they are wounded people. So it's from a place of trauma that such things arise. And if we don't understand that, we cannot provide effective solutions to that. Granted, there are present predicaments that we are facing all over Nigeria. Granted, Fulani militants are massacring people from the Middle Belt to the southeast. Granted, all these things are happening. I don't pledge to have a solution. I don't know it all. The only thing I'm urging is caution in the way we react to issues. The powers that are playing this game may want to convert our region to the northeast. They will want an excuse to devastate and level the place. If we are smart, we should not give them that excuse. But if we are not smart, we could start little things that will make them come in and then devastate the whole place, because we cannot withstand it. That's all I'm urging.
Sorry, Doc. Can I rephrase my second question? It's like he came across wrongly.
Okay.
Can I?
Blessing, just because I didn't hold on, Blessings. Stand by, okay? I know you are in Enugu and you have a special your information about this. But let's give other people a chance who can come back to you. Okay? All right. One man. And let me also say to people who if you're in the studio, turn on your camera so I can let you in. And if you have had the opportunity to ask a question, I took you out. You can come back after we go one round. And then make sure, for those I'm going to reach, please think about your question and just go straight to the question so we can get many people involved. Okay, one man, you're next. One man.
All right. Thank you for having me again, and good to meet you, Franklyn. And firstly, apologies for Vin's just verbose outburst. Is ex-military, so I think that explains that. But I'm somewhat of an outsider looking in because I feel as though I'm intruding on a clan meeting. I am from Oyo Alafin, of course, a full-blood Yoruba man. But my question to you, Franklyn, is what is your take on the resurgence of the Biafra narrative, which has been in hiatus, in hibernation for decades, but it seems to have been reignited by the Nnamdi Kanu phase in that southeastern space? And then is there a follow-on, is there somewhat of a disingenuity in the pivoting to the Peter Obi narrative off the back of just yesterday, the Nnamdi Kanu narrative that was inviting an exclusion from Nigeria to a mythical land called Biafra? So all of that, Franklyn.
Oh my God, this is a minefield. This is a minefield. Okay. The Biafra narrative has never been in hiatus since after the Civil War. There has always been. Even your brother, Wale Adebanwi, he lectures in the States, made mention of that in one of his most brilliant articles he wrote. He accused the Igbo elite of not talking about Biafra, that the people talking about Biafra were the Ibadan, Lagos press axis. So Biafra has always been there since after the Civil War because it never went away. The reasons why the war was fought in the first place were never addressed. So we could still see it all over Nigeria till date. So the only thing is that we all swept it under the carpet as if nothing happened and moved on. But the dirt under the carpet started smelling. And then we started smelling, not because Nnamdi Kanu started it. No, we have been talking about Biafra. Igbo people have been talking about Biafra. It's just like Biafra sounds like the Igbo's river of Babylon, where they sat down and wept. If people never heard that, it's because they've not been paying attention. So Nnamdi Kanu was not the first. Ralph Wazulike talked about it with Mosob. So it was never in hiatus. It has always been there. It has always been a consistent narrative. Okay, so pivoting to P2B, I don't think that there was a pivot into P2B. The point was that P2B came out just like a force of nature and swept all of us, every other person in his path, with the things that people that talked about Biafra have been talking about. Nnamdi Kanu was bemoaning the failure of
Sorry, Franklyn. Do you not think there's a disingenuity in just yesterday Nnamdi Kanu and then 360 Peter Obi? Is that not a lack of credibility to that space?
I was coming to that question. That was what I was going into it when you came in to repeat the question again. Like I said, Peter Obi, these are two different narratives. Peter Obi came out proclaiming what even these people that were talking about, okay, the people that were talking about Biafra, why were they talking about Biafra? It was because Nigeria became a dysfunctional state, because Nigeria was not protecting the lives and property of people. Nigeria was not creating opportunities for her young people. Okay, so and these guys felt that their solution was Biafra. It's like people telling you that Jesus is the answer. Okay, they watch the problem and say Jesus is our answer. So, but when Peter Obi came, Peter Obi started making the same points. But Peter Obi offered another solution. We have to walk at it using the political process. Okay, it's not agitation. Biafran agitation with the Yoruba nation agitation are the same thing, except the fact that the Yoruba nation never experienced the war or the traumas of Biafra. Sunday Igboho was saying the same thing. We are being killed in our homes. We are being killed in our farms. We are being killed on the roads. We need to take action to defend ourselves since the government has shown gross incompetence in handling these statutory responsibilities. So they are the same. Agitations have been everywhere. Isaac Boro started agitation from the Niger Delta in the 60s. when he said the resources of our land was being used to develop every other part of the country, but we get nothing out of it. He screamed in those days. Everything he screamed about is still happening. The Niger Delta is an ecological wasteland still today. So Nigeria has been a theater of agitations. So when people say, what Nigerians, one thing that unites Nigerians is Nigerians recognize merit and good things. Many of them have, especially the young people, they have seen in Peter Obi and their aspiration, somebody that understands their language, somebody that understands what they want to see Nigeria become. Because Nigeria has been like a leaf eaten by the locusts. All the resources we have, vis-a-vis where we are on the race tracks of development, there is nothing to write home about. Look at Dubai. Dubai was a piece of desert. Look at Saudi Arabia, a piece of desert. These guys are making the same money from oil that we made over the years. People will say the population has been a factor. Yes, but did we engineer or put factors in place that could make our population actually evolve to a point where they could develop themselves? We never did that. Every Nigerian leader we have had in the past, all of them, save none, has been there to get something for his pockets or his section of the country. And that's why we all failed. For his section. The people who had a vision for the country, we are not given the opportunities. Somebody like Awolowo. You get the point. So these are the issues that are being, so what the Biafrans are saying and what Nigerians are saying, everybody wants to develop. Peter said, the Fulani man doesn't buy bread cheaper in Sokoto, or the Igbo man buys bread cheaper. No, there's nowhere bread is so cheaper in Nigeria. We are all suffering under the same umbrella that PDP gave us and the APC has worsened with their broom today.
Sorry, all right, thank you. No, one man, no, sorry. Can I hear next?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Franklin. Good morning, Dr. Damages and every other person. Thank you, Dr. Franklin, for coming. I listened to you. I agree with a lot of things you've said here, but I still have my my question to ask, and that concerns. But before I start, I think one man need to apologize to the people of Biafra for referring to Biafra as a mythical whatever. That guy is so disrespectful. If Biafra should be equated to being to be mystical, that means Yoruba nation is mythical as well, and what they call it, the Niger Delta Republic is also mythical. But this is it. Biafra is not a myth, and Biafra has been in existence, and Biafra will continue until we get to our destination. But this is it. While you are giving your view, you stated that the non-state actors, I'm referring to the Biafran agitators, the ESN, IPOB, and whatever, that they should not take law into their hands. They should seek redress through the legal channels. I don't know which other legal channels are we going to seek redress, because take, for example, in Imo State last time, the people of Imo State voted for their candidate of choice, and someone was enforced on them. You don't expect such a person to speak for the people of Imo State, and this applies to every other state in the southeast and maybe across Nigeria. People like us, we've traversed Nigeria, not just for visiting. We've lived in different part of Nigeria, so we know more about the political happenings in the country. So when we are talking about Biafra agitating to secede from the country, we are not just doing it just because we just wake up one morning and just this. No, we have a pressing issue, and somebody like Kapitobi, I see in him as one person that has been trying to relate with what we are agitating for, and not just Biafrans. It goes around to across the country. So I am rooting for P2B, as some of us know here, but as well, I wouldn't want to ask those asking for secession to stop. I wouldn't want to use force on them, because they have their own view. They have their own personal interest. So you stated that we should not take laws into our hands. We should do this and that. And you also stated that we should go by maybe seeking for international, help. I don't know how these people are going to come and help us, because they have, that they have oil interest, and they will do everything possible to defend their oil. So if we should allow these people to come and help us when they will never come and seek redress through maybe the governors are not even ready to help us. So should we just then fold our hands and wait until the Fulani terrorists consume us, just the way they've consumed the Hausas, just the way they are currently cleaning up the middle belt? So what exactly are you preferring that we should do to secure our land if we cannot take arms to defend ourselves? So should we just fold down and just watch these people?
All right. Can I thank you?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, my brother. I feel your pain and your passion. Your pain is the pain of every right-thinking person. When you talked about the Supreme Court appointing somebody, I wish you have read that Supreme Court judgment. That will show you the nitty-gritties of politics. It's not as easy as we have reduced it to. The Supreme Court has excellent grounds. I'm not for anybody. I don't play partisan politics. But if you read that judgment, you may change your views about what happened in Imo State at that election. Somebody that came forth, for me, before I read the judgment, it was an abracadabra. But until you read it, and if you have a little legal education to understand why the Supreme Court came to that judgment, then you will understand what they meant there. What I have come to realize that a lot of us, we take up simplistic narratives about Nigeria and a lot of issues. We merge a lot of, our grievances coming from a lot of sources into one, and then Biafra becomes the vehicle. A lot of us are aggrieved. Nigerian state is not working. That's what it says. Because if Nigeria is working as it should work, as a functional society, nobody will be agitating. If I could feel safe in my house anywhere in Nigeria, and I could have 3 square meals for my people, and if I could have opportunities to, if I work hard, I could be paid well for what I do, and I will have opportunities like every other Nigerian, I will tell you, no Nigerian will agitate. That's what you find in welfare societies like in Sweden, all across Europe. People are not agitating because the government is alive to its responsibilities and the society is functioning. Agitation attests to the fact that we are not functioning as a nation. Nigeria is not even a nation. Nigeria is a collection of nations. Because if you look at the Igbos, that are more than 50 million people scattered all over the world. Switzerland is 9 million people, but they are a country, one of the richest and most powerful nations on earth. The 50 million people, we still call ourselves tribes. So things are not working in Nigeria. What are the solutions? Like I said, I don't have the solutions. I wasn't elected. The government is elected to seek solutions to fundamental problems facing any society. Our government isn't doing that. That's where the problem lies. It's a failure of governance. So if I am asked to advise the youth, I will advise them, keep on holding your leaders to account. Keep on holding those you elected to account. Somebody you never elected because you support him will never owe you that kind of responsibility somebody you elected owes you. Okay? There are killings, yes, which is terrible, which we should condemn in the strictest words. But we should not make it worse by allowing arms. I never even mentioned any names. The non-state actors that are having arms, the Fulani headsmen, they are non-state actors. So any government that allows non-state actors to bear arms and wreak havoc on her jurisdiction has failed totally. Nigerian government has failed. So no government that is responsible will allow non-state actors to arm themselves for anything. In Germany, a few days ago, a few guys were arrested because they were planning a coup. You can't even succeed with a coup in Germany, but they got together and they were stockpiling arms to do whatever they want to do. The German state stepped in and stepped hard on them. And when they finished with these guys, no other person will ever rise to dare try that. This is what functional societies do. In Nigeria, the case is different. because we have a lot of issues that we really need actually to sit down and dialogue out. In fairness to President Goodluck Jonathan, in 2006 or thereabout, he convoked a national conference where we could sit down and iron out all this. The results of that conference, his major failure was not implementing that before he left office. We should try to lay our hands on those documents to see people that we elected went there on our behalf and spoke our truths to every other Nigerian. If you get your hands on that, get your hands equally on the report of the Oputa panel that Obasanjo convoked when he came to power. See what Ohaneze Ndi would deliver it as the accusations against the Nigerian state. I wrote an article that is online. You could Google and then find it. It's called The Igbo Case Against Nigeria. I laid out the fundamental cases that we as a people have against the Nigerian state. So these are issues that will make you see what the solutions we are thinking about. We need higher order thinking. We cannot solve the problems with the same attitude that brought the problems. Arms. No. In the world of today, even the oil we think that we have is not even interesting to the world powers anymore. Saudi Arabia has more. Iraq has more. Venezuela has more than we have. Even when America needed oil, they never came to Nigeria. Even when Europe needed liquefied natural gas, they went to Qatar instead of coming to Nigeria. So who is even interested? So this oil, we are going to drink our oil someday because nobody is interested anymore. We must have something else to offer the world. And this is when I don't want to sound like I don't campaign for Peter Obi, but when he talks about moving from consumption to production, that guy is smart. He knows where the world is going. That's what every Nigerian should start thinking about. Because if you think that if we shoot our way and get the state we want, and then if you get an enclave and the whole world and international powers are against you, you will not make a headway. We will starve. Look at what is happening. We should study South Sudan. They have independence now. Study that country. Study Eritrea, where Isaac Afwerki is the president. They got independence from Ethiopia. These are instances we should study in Africa. And we will see Africa is essentially the playground of major powers. Without studying this, and we make the same mistakes they make, then we'll have ourselves to blame. That's all I'm advocating, my brother. I don't have all the solutions, but I'm just trying to be a guide on how we could start thinking about the solution to our problems.
All right. Thank you, Franklin. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you so much. CM, we are next.
Hello. Am I coming out? Am I loud and clear?
Sam, you're not. You're not coming. We can't hear you. All right. We have to come back to you, Sam. Sam, we can't. No, we can't hear you, Sam. We'll come back to you. Christian, you're next.
Dr. Damages, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for taking me. I'm not used to coming on this kind of program for the intellectuals because I'm not an intellectual. But I like to use the words of intellectual to speak to people. First correction to Blessing. I know she has gone out. IPOB has no factions. It's only one IPOB. If she wants education on that, she can come and do them, or she can rig IPOB members. They will tell him or educate him that, or educate her. But having said that, you know, you, Dr. Damages, asked to Mr. Obi a question on the Adiola program, where you asked him what changed. That was their question to Mr. Obi. You know, he said that Nigeria is a car with engine, knocked engine, and then you ask him what's her changed. And I also followed the path to Tony. He said his fellow intellectuals, and that's the Western world intellectuals, who are saying Nigeria is a failed strategy, are whispering to him that Nigeria is a failed strategy. And then their grandee, Chief Doctor General Olusegun Obasanjo said, the first lesson he learned in his military career is never reinforce failure. So having all this in mind, as this man you brought in as an intellectual, my question is this: why are the Igbos intellectuals so dishonest? Because I believe that their dishonesty is the reason why they keep reinforcing failure. And why have they not actually, as intellectuals, started thinking of a better way, or if they say that the IPOBs are not doing it properly, a better way to engage the international communities so that we can use the same resources the Fulanis are tapping from our own lands to engage this world community against us, to use the same to liberate ourselves? Or do we say that we should continue in bondage because we are afraid to engage in a serious, how will I put it? I won't say war, but I say whether it is war or whatever. But I know that the white man, whatever he got through violence.
All right, Christian, thank you.
That's so anyway. Let me take
we got
the
question. Yeah, thank you. Franklin, can you respond?
Well, I don't have answers to his polemics because he said why the Igbo intellectuals are dishonest. I don't know how many Igbo intellectuals he has read. I don't know how many Igbo intellectuals he has encountered. I don't know. He may have reasons for his views. I
mentioned a few of them.
Okay.
Including Dr. Damages.
Okay.
He's also an intellectual, but he asked Obi a question which Obi didn't answer, and he asked Obi to come to his program. Has he come? Or okay. If I'm missing something.
Okay, but but my brother, but that's not a reason to accuse somebody of being dishonest, because this is major accusation. This borders on defamation of character. And if you live in the Western world, you know that such words are not something that people take lying low. You can, a politician may not answer your question, but he may have reasons for not answering. That he didn't say anything doesn't mean that he's dishonest. It may mean that he doesn't have answers for you. So there are many reasons. But when you frontally call people dishonest, you have impunged their character to no end. So when it comes to political discussions, we can always discuss, we can always dialogue. So, and this is where it is important that we refrain from impugning people's character and then talk at the issues. The fundamental thing is, a lot of us have not read many Igbo intellectuals. I say it here without fear. How many of us have read Achebe, what Achebe said about the Igbo question in his trouble with Nigeria? Can you tell me what Achebe said? We don't even know. If we don't listen to Achebe, who else can we listen to? Achebe is one of our greatest intellectuals, one of the most respected intellectuals worldwide. But how many Igbos have read him? This little pamphlet, not up to 20 pages, Achebe enunciated anything any Igbo man needs to know about our situation in Nigeria. He criticized us, Igbos themselves too. He narrated what Nigeria owed us, what Nigeria did to us, and then he showed us ourselves in the mirror. But we never cared about that. But we are pointing fingers. Igbo intellectuals. So a lot of them have done brilliant work trying to direct us. But how many of us listen to them? If you want quick solutions to complex problems, you are neither gonna have a solution nor an end to the problems. The problems will continue. And this is the major reason why. Because most of our agitations don't have that kind of, because we are very good in labeling people. If we label those who could enrich whatever we have as a political view, it may go a long way in getting us what we want. But anybody, and this is what cults do. If you study the lives of James Jones in Guyana, he blanketed the intellectuals and then poisoned people with the Kool-Aid. So we should be very careful. Any agitation that lacks intellectual content will falter and die. It's as simple as the day following the night. Look at what the Jews did. Zionism was an intellectual movement in the 20s, in the 1800s, before they attained the state of Israel. When? 1948. Without intellectual content, anything we are doing is a practical waste of time. We should think about that. Every society must have thinkers. Thinkers are the ones behind producing the views and the ideas that drive every society. Not those who are screaming. Are they? No. Achebe, I always refer people to Achebe, one of our greatest. He has thought for us. But did we listen to him? So I don't believe that Igbo intellectuals are dishonest. Dishonesty is not should not be a part of a political discussion. Politics is an issue of interest. This is what I have. This is what you have. What can you give me to get what you want? If we start playing it that way, we could have galvanized the people from the Niger Delta, from the Middle Belt, and from Western Nigeria. We could have gotten what we want. But if we start throwing fingers and calling these people Sabo, or that the Yorubas did this, or that the Middle Belt has killed us during the Civil War, we'll never go anywhere. Because if you come not trying to dialogue with people, they will not dialogue with you. And alone, we cannot do it alone. You always need people. So it's not an issue of being dishonest, my brother. I think we need to expand our vision of what it means to live in the world of today. The world of today is not the world of the 1970s. The world has changed radically. And if we don't know how to play that politics at the global and international level, if we start by alienating even our own people that could help our aspirations, we will fail and fail woefully. And our land will be destroyed for good measure. And it's not good for all of us.
All right. Thank you, Franklin. Babatunde, you're next.
Hello, everybody. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I have a question. What can we do to reduce the Stockholm syndrome that is affecting Nigerian youths? Also, what can we do to improve or like increase the knowledge, like the history, like the youths of Nigeria, improve increasing their knowledge about history? Because the reason I'm asking this question is that before, like a while back, I was very how would I use it? Like, I didn't know much about my history, because I'm from the Yoruba tribe. My mom is from the Igbo tribe, specifically Anambra State. So I didn't know much, you know. I started listening to Nnamdi Kanu, very good man, you know. I would say it's not everything about that Nnamdi Kanu spoke on IPOB radio that I took hook, line, and sinker. You know, some things that he said, I was like, and some things that he said, I was like, yeah, that sounds like something that I can go and verify, and I verified it, and it was true. I believe, you know, because I've heard people talking about the Biafra agitation, and I honestly believe that anybody who is agitating for Biafra, especially if you're doing it in the right way, where you're not killing your brothers and sisters because of sit at home and stuff like that, I believe you're doing the right thing. Because the books that I've read, they have spoken about, there's a book I'm reading right now, it's called Hebrews to Negroes, it was this basketball player that brought it out, Kyrie Irving. So I've been reading up on the book, and they have been talking about the fact that some of the African tribes are not Jews. You know, we're not Jews, because the word Jew doesn't really even exist in the Bible, that we are actually Hebrew Israelites. So the Igbos, for example, I consider them Hebrew Israelites. You know, how the Africans, not just Africans, but people with dark skin were living in Israel before they were expunged out, and they were broken out into 10 tribes, like they were broken into 10 tribes, and they spread around the world. You know, it started making sense to me because, you know, I myself, I'm in the US, I've been trying to convert to Judaism, but I've been thinking about it, that am I really a Jew? You know, is that word even for me? You know, for example, I look at Israel, I look at the Ethiopian Jews, I see how they live, and I'm like, okay, even the Ethiopian Jews are not being accepted by the European Jews, or even whether we call them Ashkenazi or Yemenite, or well, I don't know about the Yemenite Jews, but the European Jews. So I was like, you know, like we as Africans, we need to love ourselves more. We need to make sure that we have, you know, I would say our own countries or even our own nations. I'm not saying that because I'm supporting Biafra doesn't mean that I want Nigeria to break up. I'm hoping that a situation can come where this election that is we're coming into that's happening, we can vote in somebody. And me, I already have my candidates. You know, thanks be to God. I don't want. Yeah. I'm not really going to talk about my candidates. You know. But
okay, Babatunde,
yeah,
thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
All right. All right, Franklyn.
Oh, well, he made a statement. I don't think he needed answers to any questions. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's go to Pascal. Pascal, you're next. CM, I'll come back to you next time to know if you're good. Pascal, you're next.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I watched an interview conducted Sir Amadou Bello. I think that interviewer was Frederick Forsyth, if I'm correct. And there was a statement Sir Amadou Bello made. He said, Northerners first, Northerners first. The interest is Northerners first. See, mind you, I have lived in the 6 geopolitical regions of Nigeria. I was born in a place called Kotogora in Niger State. I had my primary school in Mina, my secondary school in Mina before I left. So I know the North very, very well. I want to say one thing. You broke my spirit when you gave me the impression that a Biafra is not possible. I totally disagree. I totally disagree. Because there can never be a developed Nigeria or a developed Nigeria with Igbos. There can never be a developed Southeast, precisely, with the Igbos still in that contraption called Nigeria. The best thing is to break up. It's unfortunate that very senior Igbo citizens, people like Dan Ulasi, I'm sorry to call names, are still rooting for people like Atiku. What has Atiku got to offer? What has Atiku got to offer? Nothing. Other than this is somebody who got the tickets, bribing people or buying up their votes. What do you expect? Take back the money when he gets there. So it's annoying to see Igbo men like Dan Ulasi saying he has been in the PDP. Now, Buhari is a Northerner going for 8 years, and you're rooting for another Northerner to go for another 8 years. The question is this: what do we do to get that Biafra? Because I tell you the truth, like I said, I have lived in the North. Let me tell you the gospel truth. I worked with the federal authorities before I left. There can never be a developed Nigeria or a developed Southeast with, the Biafra still together with these people. The Biafra man, the way I see the Biafra man is one man carrying 10 people on his shoulders. He can never move forward except he drops those men. Because the Igbo man is blessed by God. He's a natural developer. My father would tell me, he's so rest in peace, he told me that everything you see in the Southeast today is a product of 20 pounds. You talked about Newi. After the war, was Newi what it is? It took courage, it took men, to bring Newi, to bring Onitsha, what these places are today. And I tell you the gospel truth, we can never move forward being in one Nigeria. So I want you to really give me hope. How do we go about achieving this one Nigeria thing? How do we go about? Because it is the only solution. There was no Nnamdi Kanu. Today is the 11th of December, 2022. By the 11th of December, 2012, I never, not even you, I'm sure, knew a man called Nnamdi Kanu. But see, outside God, after God, he's the next God I see. Because there is nothing that man has ever said that never came to pass. So the question is this: please tell us, don't break my spirit about Biafra not being possible because we don't have world powers behind us and what have you. Tell us, how do we put these Igbo men together? Like I said, I started with the interview by Ahmadu Bello, who made it clear that the northern interest first. The northern interest first. If people like Dan Olassi are not, I don't want to call names. If they put heads with Obi, can you compare Obi to Atiku or to Tinubu? No, it's not possible. So
all right,
how do we do to get this Biafra? It is the only way out. It is the only way out. There is no more way out to get a better nation where you and I and your family back there in Nigeria will be safe. So please, how do we get a Biafra? Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Franklyn.
My job is not to break anybody's spirit, not even yours. But the fact lies in the fact that nothing is impossible. You can get whatever. Agitation is a very legitimate instrument of politics. You can agitate and get concessions, and then you can equally agitate, and then the other participants in the political process will say, no, we are not granting you that. So what do? If you are powerful enough, you could take it by force of arms. But if you're not powerful enough, you will be smothered. These are the options. So it's not about breaking your spirit or not breaking your spirit. This is what is called real politics. This is what it is. You can believe whatever or whoever you want to believe. It's our almost possibility. It's our right. But the point is, a sensible man looks at the facts on the ground and measures them against what he believes in. I can believe that I could break the door if I make efforts to do that. But what I caution is, there is more to be achieved with dialogue than with shooting, with violence. Sorry,
IPOB is spearheading this thing, and IPOB has never.
No, Pascal, sorry.
I am not, my brother, I'm not discussing, I have not even mentioned the word IPOB. I'm not discussing IPOB here. I'm discussing killings in the Southeast, and I'm entertaining questions in that regard. I don't know why you guys feel. I don't mention, IPOB is not the only group agitating. The Yoruba Nation are agitating. Okay, so the IPOB is not the only group. So there are agitations across board all over Nigeria, my brother. So we should calm the temperature. Dialogue is important. If we want to achieve anything in Nigeria, we should listen to other people as well and see their viewpoints, and then try to see how we could get them work together with us for whatever we want to achieve.
Thank you, Pascal. Let's get back to CM and see if CM is good. CM, go ahead. CM, can you speak? Okay, CM is still not there. We have to do a GoFundMe to see if we can fund internet from Nigeria to CM in the UK and help him out, because UK is not working for him. Ike, you're next. Ike, can you unmute yourself? Okay, I did it. Go ahead, just speak.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I want to thank Brother Franklin for being in this platform today. I have to be honest, I just came in about 20 minutes ago from the church, but I had some few commentary was making. First of all, I want to thank him for bringing the issue of Eritrea and the Southern Sudan into this conversation. If Dr. Damage will always remember, whenever I come here, I used to say that Ojukwu made us to understand that Biafra is a spirit. It lives with us. But the problem is the way we want to achieve it is another thing entirely. So my question to Brother Franklin is, seeing all what the so-called political elite in the southern and the eastern Nigeria is doing with its people, when we elect people to represent us, they go there, they speak another language. What is it that the people of the Southeast will do? The thinkers, the intellectuals, and every other group that think well for the well-being of an Igbo man. what do you think is the way forward? You just gave an example. The Yorubas, you have Sunday Igbo aspiring for Yoruba nation. But the Yorubas are not saying that there is not going to be election in Nigeria. You have people in the middle belt, the people in Benue State. They are not saying that we are not going to have election in Benue State. Otom is saying, let the Fulani people leave their land for them. But in our own case in the East, our own agitation, like as you said, is a normal thing. It's acceptable all over the world. But it's the way we are agitating the agitation is the problem. Because the same people we are trying to protect is the same people we are killing. And the political elite in the Eastern Nigeria, by the governors of the Eastern Nigeria, because they have all become lions. We have fallen into the hands of the lions there through the governors we have in the whole Southern Nigeria. So right now, you can't even differentiate the genuine people who are aspiring for well-being of the Igbos and the people that are being used by their masters in the federal government. So what is the solution between the thinkers, the intellectuals, and the political class? How do we marry these three together to bring out the best way forward for the Igbo man? Thank you.
All right, Ike, thank you.
Oh, thank you, sir, very much. I was listening to you. It was your question came from a very deep place. What can we do? The only solution to social problems is politics, no matter how dirty we may find it. We have to play politics and more politics. We have all to become part of it. We don't have to elect people and go to sleep. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. The guy that said it about the Catholic Church, Lord Acton. He was writing about the Catholic Church when he said that. The guy was supposed to be one of the holiest organizations. I'm a Catholic myself. But in this group, is it power here? If you give anybody absolute power, it corrupts him. One of our attitudes to politics in Africa, which one guy articulated well in the idea of two publics. I've forgotten his name. I would when I remember, I will just let you know. Is the fact that we were colonized. Okay, so the white men came with Olu Igbo. So we didn't identify with the state. We identified the state as a contraption that was imposed on us by the common colonial masters. So we took leave of the state. We only go to the state when we need something. And then instead of contributing to making the state better, we call it Oroyibo. Then you keep it. So, and then it informed our attitude to politics. We elect people and allow them, we go to sleep. Here in Europe, you elect people and everybody's politically aware. Everybody listens to the news, reads the newspapers, and you see them going to their communities to vote on issues and tell their elected representatives, you don't do that kind of nonsense. Some of the things you hear, stories you hear coming out of Nigeria, if it happens here, the society will collapse immediately. The vice president of the European Parliament was arrested yesterday. He was accused of taking bribes. 600,000 euros was found in a sack in her apartment. I tell you, she's going to jail if she is found guilty. That's the way civilized societies operate. But who will elect our brother, who we know is incompetent? He will get to power. He will stay there, steal all the money available for local programs. He will come back to the village and we'll crown him a chief. And then we'll sit down and complain that they have become lions. But we created these monsters in the first place. Check those we honor in Nigeria. How many of them have honor as people, as individuals? How many of them have integrity? I'm not talking about from the church to the society. We honor people based on the amount of money they donate to us. We like donation. In Europe, if you donate, if you go to America, who donates money? You will come to a lunch and a governor will stand up and donate 500 million. Where did he get it? It's your money that he's donating. Nobody asks him a question. A governor is not meant to donate. It's not his money. A president, what are you donating? The guy donating at the bazaar, has he paid his taxes? So we need to go back to the basics. If we want to play politics, we have to know that Chinua Achebe said, if to keep somebody down, you must be in the mud to keep that person there. We are keeping ourselves in the mud. We don't ask fundamental questions, but we want everything to be okay with us. Fundamental questions are, what do we want to have as a society? Those saying, give us Biafra, Biafra will be Uhuru and everything. If Biafra comes, have we reconciled the fundamental questions? How do we honor people in our society? How do we make sure that merit is the order of the day? How do we make sure that, look at it from the basics, let's start from the high schools. Parents in Southeast Nigeria buy people to go and write exams for their kids. Don't we know all this? And we think our society will be better. And we think it's only the politicians. We all are parts of the rot. So we have to ask fundamental questions on how we want to organize our society. That's where the solution starts. Unless we do that, we will be making noise from here to kingdom come. If we even attain whatever we want as a nation, it will be as dysfunctional as every other thing because we have not asked basic questions. This is what societies do. If people come to Europe, they will stand at the red light. When it turns to green, they will move. If I tell you the amount of philosophy, many years of philosophy that went into people standing at green, at red and moving at green, you'll not even believe it. But we think it's easy. If a society, we didn't produce motor cars, so we use motor cars as a thing of prestige. It's like if you look at old pictures in your homes, ask yourself, what did your parents take to the photo studio to make pictures? They took their transistor radios because that was of the highest good for them. They were quasi worshiping it because they didn't produce it. The Gods Are Crazy was a movie where an African saw a bottle of Coca-Cola and took it as the greatest thing because they didn't produce it. So if we didn't produce the politics we were practicing, we will not even know how to cherish it. We have to ask fundamental questions. How do we want to organize our society in Nigeria, the Igbo society? Now, if we don't ask these basic questions, give us Biafra, it will be a rotten piece of shit tomorrow until these basic questions are asked and addressed.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Charles. Okay, hold on, let me see. CM, are you, okay, go ahead.
Unmute yourself, CM.
We do this every week now, praying that CM will be free to talk to us. CM, okay, go ahead. Okay, no, it's not good, CM. No, we can't hear you. Charles, you're next.
CM is using a Kwankwasia network. Thank you, sir, for coming. Please, this your lecture today. Can people like you put this in tape, not in writing, because our people don't read, even me. Put it in tape so that our people can, if there's listening to this thing every time, not book again, because writing is very, if you put it on writing, they will not. How can we start changing our people to know that our problem is those people we elect in our office that represent us? But if you can say this thing till tomorrow, our people will say, we want Biafra, we want Biafra. Okay. Somebody is believing Simon Ekpa that in 84 days, like he said, he's telling people now, people are believing this. Our people are believing that in 84 days, Biafra is going to come. Our people are believing this. Killing people because of this. How are we going to change that? Our problem lies on our PVC. We are talking about people we elect. Ekremado forfeited 40 properties to EFCC. He's not a Fulani man. He's an Igbo man. Those money meant to develop Southeast, but he bought 40 houses. So how are we going to start telling our people that the only way to go is like what you said here now is if the 5 southeastern states can connect train with the money they are giving to them to the 5 states, we start the development from there. How are we going to let our people know that? What is the end plan of this agitation? Let's turn this agitation to a political movement and use it to bring our people out of what we are now. Okay, my second question is,
We said
According to
one person
Ohaneze,
each.
there is 12.5 million Igbos living in the north. Do you think that there will be a time every Igbo that is, they will give us a country called Biafra that we can be able to come back together and stay in one place, in this our tiny place? How can 12.5 only in the north? In the west, we don't know how many people there. So how can we come together and live in this small place called Biafra? Is it possible? Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Charles.
Well, the first part of your speech was a speech. It wasn't a question. I didn't get any question out of it. But the second part, there are estimations that the Igbo nation is more than 50 million people strong. And I was in St. Petersburg about 6 years ago, and I was in a train. St. Petersburg is in Russia. I was in a train. I was going for a conference. And I was at the back of the train was a guy shouting on top of his voice in Igbo. So I was thinking, an Igbo man in St. Petersburg in Russia, we seem to be the only two black people in that train. And I was hearing an Igbo man's voice. Well, it's been the same everywhere I have traveled. So this is a very enterprising migratory race. And they have the creative energies not to be out of place. It's not because they don't like the Saudis. No, they want to go out and see the world. That has been the Igbo man. That's the Igbo spirit. It's enterprising. It's Republican. So the Igbo man, there's never a time all Igbos will come and dwell in Igbo. It's never going to happen. Okay. And again, the Igbo diaspora is growing stronger than you guys know. The Igbo seems to be colonizing the world with their reproductive abilities. Check most of the European teams that played in this World Cup. Switzerland, for example, there is an Okafor playing here. There is an, and so many other names. So the Igbo diaspora is growing stronger. The second generation Igbo is being born in the diaspora. So the issue is that we have to start thinking global. Politics is local, but we have to start thinking global. Start thinking global in the sense that what are the implications of the decisions we'll make today on the coming generation of Igbos, not only living in Igbo land or in Nigeria, but everywhere else. And this is what an enterprising people should do. That's why I call for more thinking, more studying, more reading. It's not only screaming and shouting, and when they are good, we have that role. Okay. I loved what happened in South Africa. And if people living in South Africa knows, if you know the history of how South Africa, Mandela and co. dialogued their way to independence. They faced a juggernaut, a very oppressive state, the apartheid state, that was bent on forever making the black man a second-class citizen in his homeland. Mandela went to prison for 27 years for it. That was a wasted generation. And what happened? At a point, they saw that with the force of arms, this state has more arms and more power than we have. And they were being supported by every major Western state. From the United States to Germany, even Israel. Every major Western power supported apartheid South Africa. Their arms didn't get it. It was agitation of people. Even Bob Marley. When Bob Marley, one of his best songs was Zimbabwe, when he was singing about apartheid and white colonialism in Africa. And he was talking about Africa will liberate Zimbabwe and all the rest of it. Africans we are supporting, with the frontline states, supporting South Africa, the ANC and co. Even the armed wing. Some of them studied in Nigeria. Even Thabo Mbeki was sometime in Nigeria during when Obasanjo and Murtala was in power. We are in power, sorry. So, but they realized, yeah, the agitation will keep going, but we have to start dialoguing with this system. So you use two-pronged approach. And they dialogued and they got independence. But there was a branch, the ANC youths, that never wanted to ditch the armed struggle. And a lot of people will tell you that that was what led to Winnie and Nelson divorcing, because Winnie was still maintaining links to those elements that are, and then Mandela had to make a decisive cut on all the rest of them. I don't know the true story, but these are some strains of the thought that we're going on there. And then what happened eventually? One of the radical voices started playing politics. Who is this radical voice? Julius Malema. Today, Malema is terrorizing the bejesus out of every corrupt South African politician in parliament. The fear of Malema is the beginning of wisdom. If you are a South African politician, I wish the IPOB guys should take a cue from that. There are ways of keeping a state honest. The South African state, even Malema was instrumental to Zuma going to jail, a president. That's why we say people should think. People should look at other countries and see what happened. If you are facing an oppressive state, how do you react? How do you act? If you know that this oppressive state has international connections that you don't have. And if you don't want to go extinct, how do you behave? So these are issues we place before our people. We're not saying that agitation is not. Agitation is a legitimate instrument of politics. But there are other means and other possibilities we should exhaust as well, not only one. And if you believe that your idea is so great that you're ready to kill people for it, forget it. It's not an idea. You are in a cult. Nobody kills anybody who doesn't believe in your idea. If you do that, it's no longer an idea. You can dialogue with people. If they don't want to share your views, good.
All right. Thank you so much. RBL, if I see your hand up again, I may have to remove you. We're going through, when you came in and you know people who were here. This is something very simple. I don't know why you are the only one I have to remind. People are calmly, quietly waiting for their turn. But you want to make it look like we're ignoring you. I know you're there. Just calm down. Eddie, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know where to start with this guest you have here. I'm glad he brought up about South Africa. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, Eddie. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Eddie.
Is it me?
No, not you, Eddie. Eddie, go ahead.
Good evening, Doctor, and good day, sir, Dr. Franklin. Initially, when you started, I was thinking from your initial introduction, I thought you were leaning towards one direction in your analysis. But however, after listening to you, I could see you've got a broad knowledge or a broad scope of the entire problem in the Southeast, as well as international your international portfolio. I really appreciate your. Let me take your brother out of this place. I really appreciate your analysis of that the Igbos in Nigeria need to work with their neighbors to achieve, if they want independence or if they want liberation or whatever they want. I've never heard it from this angle before. All my thought was it has to be armed struggle or dialogue, but from now I'm getting the new perspective of this whole thing. You need to be in unity with the people around you. That way you will make you achieve whatever your end goal. You achieve your end goal faster. And again, people might disagree, but war is really expensive. If you go to the market now, the cost of an AK-47, just use in dollar term. We're not using Nigerian. Use dollar term. The cost of an AK-47 is at least $15,000 or $1,500. I can't remember, but I know it's expensive. If you look at the budgets of America, the budget of China, the budget of most of the Western powers, they're not at war, but they're budgeting this amount for arms and defense. Yeah, defense budget. So how can you be agitating? And again, I'm not against anybody. You can agitate. It's not my business. But how can you be agitating when you don't have the mind, you don't have the finances? Although Igbos do well all over the world, they do well all over the world, but you can't muster muster resources, muster arms to successfully do your agitation. So they should put that in mind. War is a really expensive endeavor to go in. It's not just making social media rants and all that. They should also tell the people that. And lastly, I feel we are fighting the enemy within. As Igbos, I'm from Port Harcourt, but I'll call myself as an Igbo man, because if we go through history, my people they've been intermarriages and whatnot with the Igbo ethnic group. We are fighting within. If you understand if you get what I mean, we are fighting within. Like a house divided against itself will not stand. So yeah, that's my. But mainly is that if you can expatiate more on that, the need for the Igbos to work with their neighbors to achieve Biafra or whatever they're trying to achieve. Thank you.
All right. Franklyn.
Well, Eddie, say hi to the beautiful kids you have trying to equally participate. It's always beautiful when one see, such a beautiful family. The kids are always a joy. Hey, we are human beings, okay? And the God of the universe, who, whatever anyone believes in, that put us in this world, doesn't, is civilization is when we start talking and dialoguing with each other. It's only in primitive state of nature, like Thomas Hobbes espoused in his philosophy. That's where there is a war of all against all. There's homo homini lupus, where there is, the life of man becomes solitary, nasty, brutish, and short. It's in a state of nature. We have graduated from that. We are now in a state of civilization, where instead of warring, we should judge or we should talk. We should dialogue with our neighbors. Because you said one important thing. War is the most expensive nonsense ever. It costs lives. It breaks generations. It damages societies on end. You're talking about only the logistics of procuring arms. Cast your mind back to what happened in the 70s. Ojukwu was spending his personal fortune to buy arms for Biafra. And where did that get to? They came to Switzerland, and then many of them were duped. I work in Switzerland. That's where my office is. Many of them were duped on the streets of Switzerland. Arm dealers were, and war is a big business. It's a racket. Arm dealers are waiting for you to start killing each other. They will be selling weapons to both sides of the conflict and making money. And you fools will be killing yourselves. That's what it is. So war is damn expensive. And then it affects future generations. Look at, we are still talking about the Biafran war that ended close to 50 years ago because it affected our psyche. The history of Nigeria will never be told without mentioning the Biafran war. A lot of us are still carrying the traumas, genetic traumas that were handed down to us. So war is damn expensive. That's why any rational person fights to prevent wars. In 1945, after the Second World War, humanity came together and established the United Nations and said, instead of putting future generations at the risk of what we experienced from 1939 to 45, we should create a world of peace for tomorrow. So working together with coming to get the table of dialogue to dialogue out of our differences is pretty important. It's a mark of matured minds. It's a mark of human civilization. War is not. That's why I even criticize the war going on in the Ukraine. Everywhere war is. It's a stupid, expensive shit.
All right. Thank you, Franklyn. We will be rounding up. So let me try to see if we can get 3 questions at once. If that will work. Femi, you are next. Just go straight to the questions so that we get our guest has said more than we said. People now laugh at the program, said it's 90 minutes Africa, but it's 6 hours Africa. On paper, it's 90 minutes Africa, but it's now 6 hours Africa. Okay, Femi, you are next.
Good morning, and I'll go for the. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'll go further by saying it's 90 minutes times X. Anyway, good morning, Dr. Franklin. Listen to you carefully and quickly. In 1950, from something I read a while ago, Amadou Bello actually came up with the fact that he thought the amalgamation itself of 1914 was a mistake. And as of that time, we know that Nnamdi Azikiwe, who was born in Kaduna, Zaria, actually was at the forefront of ensuring that Nigeria stayed together as a nation, even moving into independence and post-independence. But afterwards, there was also something I read that had to do with the fact that the northern MPC wanted, Amadou Bello wanted the North to have 44 parliamentarians, while the East and the Western sections of Nigeria, he suggested that we have 33 and 33, otherwise they would leave. The reason why I bring this up is because my question was pivoting towards the fact that I often tell people, especially from my friends from the East, that feel that agitation only started today. Nigeria has a huge history of agitation. The fact that when we're in this together, but I really would have preferred if there was a way we could sit together and either rediscuss our terms of engagement or being together or live peacefully. What would you suggest as a way around it, starting from the Igbo part, how the Igbo or the Easterners who come together to try and see how they could present their case, even if it means aligning with certain parts of the West as well, and trying to see certain parts of the Middle Belt, because everywhere in Nigeria is through there's agitation. How would you suggest is the best way around this?
All right, thank you. You want to take this, or do you want me to continue?
No. I'll take it individually, because I like respecting the individuals who made time to be here. It's pretty important. My brother Femi, yours is a very tough question. Every major Nigerian politician has had an occasion to question Nigeria. That was why even Obafemi Awolowo called Nigeria a mere geographic expression. The Northerners wanted to leave initially. Even after the coup, they were the ones that wanted to leave. The British intelligence advised them against that. Araba was just a code word for secession. Okay, so Nigerians, we have had this history. It's been there. But like I said, Goodluck Jonathan convoked a national conference. Okay, before Obasanjo came to power in 1999, many Igbos thought that Ekwueme could have won the election because Obasanjo was in prison. Ekwueme was the guy that formed PDP with the G34, the guys that went up against Abacha and told Abacha, you're not going to succeed yourself. Abacha eventually died and all the whatnot. But then Obasanjo was sprung out of prison after Abiola's death and then positioned as the frontline candidate, okay, with monies that nobody knew where he got from. And then Ekwueme believed he was rigged out at the Eagle Square in Abuja, and Obasanjo became president. There was calls going on from the Nigerian intellectual circles. We wanted them to convoke a sovereign national conference to discuss the terms of being together in Nigeria. Nigerians, we've been speaking about that. So if you could cast your mind back and read the newspapers of those days from 1999 to 2003, you will hear calls about sovereign national conference. But Obasanjo ignored that and then consolidated power. But Goodluck Jonathan came in 2014 or thereabout, before he left office, and then convoked a national conference, which was a scaled down version of what the intellectuals were agitating then. But the recommendations were not implemented. But Nigerians had a good dialogue there. If you could get your hands on that document, the recommendations of that conference, it will be a good lead to the discussion, the fruitful discussions that took place at that conference. Nigerians, for the first time, spoke to each other. All of us that are agitating, ask many Nigerians, if you are Yoruba people, how many Igbo friends do they have? How many times have they sat together to talk about Nigeria? Igbo people, how many Yoruba friends or Fulani friends do you have? How many times have you spent time? Let each group bring its arguments to the table. Let us dialogue it out. We don't have such opportunities in Nigeria anymore. The fronts are hardening, and it's very dangerous to society when they stop talking. Any society that stops talking would destroy itself. It will implode upon the weight of its own contradictions. So that's why I urge dialogue is always better. We can, we have been Nigerians have intermarried along tribal lines that if anything starts happening today, we will have people that are our blood that we will hurt in the process of trying to get what we think we want. So dialogue is pretty important. I don't have solutions to that, I will confess. But what we can do is to start listening to each other. The Igbos have legitimate agitation, legitimate grievance. They were murdered in a genocidal war. Nigeria shouldn't take that for granted. Until the ghosts of Biafra are propitiated, Nigeria will keep on running around in circles. The Igbo should realize too that every other Nigerian ethnic nationality has a grievance. We should listen to each other and then dialogue. From there, we could start talking about solutions. But if I feel that my grievance is the only grievance that there is in the world, my claim is the only claim there is in the world, we will never reach a compromise on anything. And politics lives and survives on compromise. Societies live and survive on compromise. Marriages live and survive on compromise. Let's start learning from the basics of society. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Alexi next. Alexi, can you unmute yourself? All right.
One, including you, Dr. Damages. I know why I've put that apart and giving you.
No, start from Alexi. We didn't hear you from the beginning. Go ahead. I didn't hear what you said. Start from the beginning. All right. I think we are going to skip Alexi and go to RBL. You're next. Just a question, please.
I don't know where to start with your guest, Franklyn. I'm glad you mentioned about South Africa and apartheid. I remember during school, I used to see how brutal the apartheid system that they had in South Africa back then. Nobody thought they would ever get rid of this apartheid. But here we are today. It's no more, and you have blacks in power. They got it through doggedness, and it came down to the round table to discuss way forward. What IPOB is doing, and I say IPOB under Mazin and Kanu, is the right way, not through politics. You keep saying that we need to join Nigerian politics. What has politics done for anybody in Nigeria since it got its independence? Nothing. People are still crying to this day. So, no, what we should be doing is agitating for a referendum. Keep writing, keep pestering the people at the UN. They have the powers to intervene or quietly speak to the Nigerian state. Say, look, these people have a grievance. Give them a referendum. They have a right. It's human rights, not through Nigerian politics. The people you mentioned that you are championing, like this new messiah up there is Peter Obi. This is the same man that massacred his own people, the massacre members. And these are the same people are coming out and say, oh, we know, let's vote for Peter Obi, who will bring us better Nigeria. You said that Biafra cannot come. Well, I would equally put the same question to you, is that a better Nigeria cannot come. Because if a Biafra cannot come because they are chopping the oil in our land, then that means that why would they want Nigerians to have a good life if you know, the system betters them? So that means that your better Nigeria will never come. If that's making sense to you. And so I need to say another thing. There's something he said that I like the way he skirt around the that abracadabra that happened in Imo State. I like the way he skirted around that question. That somebody put that question to him. He knows that was a rigged to favor that man that's currently the Imo governor. He just skirted around. Oh, I'm not a lawyer, but you need to go into the details and you see that it favored him. No, it didn't favor him. This man is here to, that's how they skirt around these things to get away from questions that they cannot ask. They say, oh, you need to go and look at this and you get your answer. No. That was a rigged election. Nigeria don't practice politics. They don't practice politics. This man is
okay. Go ahead, Franklyn.
It seems there is a lot of things packed into one. First of all, he said I skirted. I don't know who told you that I'm not a lawyer. I don't know who told you that. Maybe you were not even listening to me. You were listening to what you want to answer to your response to me.
You said yourself you were not a lawyer.
I never say that. You could scroll and read and follow this again. I said, if you have some legal knowledge, I told the guy, if you have some legal knowledge, then you can understand why the Supreme Court entered that judgment. That's what I said. Second, okay. So when, you know, the point is, we come to most of these discussions with preconceived notions. I am Igbo. I know the pain of Biafra. Most of the pain some of us are carrying over are secondhand pain, because those that actually experience the pain are dead and buried and gone. They were those that died at the war front. So every pain that we feel is ours today are secondhand pain. And the aftermath, they are legitimate. It's not that they are not, they are very legitimate pains. We all experience that. So, but come to say that the answer is not politics. First of all, when you say that the UN can do something, what can the UN do? Does the UN have an army to send? They send peacekeeping missions.
They don't need an army.
When the war has already broken out.
Hold on,
please don't talk. Let the guests answer. This is please.
Do you want me to answer you, my brother, or we're not fighting. You can always engage me. I'm all for. We're dialoguing here. You can always engage me, and then you can meet me privately after this, and then we can dialogue this out. The UN will always intervene when things have already started happening, like in Rwanda. They would say, even in Rwanda, there were major power politics at play. The UN, the United States were among the people that voted that UN forces should leave on the eve of the genocide, and the people were slaughtered. So who told you that such a thing will not happen again if we cross over to that threshold where violence becomes the norm? When I say politics, Aristotle wrote that man is a political animal. Everything we do has something to do with politics. It is either we play it or we kill each other. And killing each other is an expensive way of extending our generations. It's genetically stupid to bring yourself to a situation where you will be eliminated or you'll be killed or you kill other people to attain goals. Yeah, we can say that the Western world attained the point they came to through violence, yes. But today it's no longer plausible. We are no longer in the Wild West. So we should start thinking about intelligent ways of getting what we want. If we don't get all of it, getting some of it by realizing that other people have claims as well, by aligning with those whose interests match ours. And then we could present a common front. And then the more the merrier, the more powerful. And then we could get to that point where we can say, if people say Nigeria is dead, Nigeria cannot be resuscitated, there are people who hold a contrary view. There are people who hold another opinion that Nigeria could be made to work if we get the right leaders in power. Achebe, our brother, said it, that the trouble with Nigeria is not only the failure of leaders, it's the failure of Nigerian political leaders to rise to the responsibility of personal example. So, which is to say, if we have a leader that rises to that responsibility of personal example, that he could get Nigeria working and correctly. I am not the only one saying this. So anybody that has done systematic thought about Nigeria, anybody who knows the history of war and the history of societies, anybody who has studied a little bit of philosophy will come to the understanding that there are better ways than armed struggle. Armed struggle is important when it is absolutely necessary, but when not, we have to think about dialoguing with our neighbors. And even every war ends on a dialogue table. Either you sign a surrender or you dialogue for ceasefire. So why should we kill each other before we come to that table? Why don't we get to that table first, dialogue, and then get the things working before we kill each other? That's all I'm advocating.
All right. Thank you, Alexei.
I hope you can hear me now, because I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
I salute all of you. I'm sorry I came in a bit, not a bit. I think I just had the conclusion part of Dr. Franklin's submission here. I'm able to tell where he stands from his answers to the questions that I've been listening to. You see, I am one of those who believe that the intellectuals among the Igbo seem to feel comfortable that they are able to be in international atmosphere and feed from there and do their thing. Yes, we have become diasporal, and many of us are feeling comfortable and want to talk about our issues from a very selfish position. And that's what has been happening in this forum. We must develop the mind that connects with home. We can be Igbo man, but if we don't have that connection in our minds and feel what they are feeling over there, or even feel it more than people at home, because we can see clearly more from out here what is happening in Nigeria. It's not acceptable. We talk about trying to avoid war. Who is pulling the war? It's the federal government of Nigeria. They keep killing. They send soldiers to go and kill, and they will be blaming the victims for trying not to die. And that's very unfair. Chinua Achebe was in Brown University. Somebody bears this witness that I'm talking about. I was close to him. Chinua Achebe had the mind of Igbo. He even made me to discontinue a certain attire I used to wear. When they were conferring him with doctorate degree, I led the delegation that went and stood with him as his family. We interacted, and I got a lot from him. He never sounded like somebody who wants to tell Igbo, you have to be careful not to agitate, or maybe this thing you call politics in Nigeria does not exist. You all know it. They rig elections even when you win the election, they will stop you from becoming the president. It hasn't stopped. Unless they let you come in, you can't get in with politics. So why are you recommending politics as a means of freeing ourselves? There are many countries that have freed themselves from other nations. It happened with the Soviet Union. Nobody wants to refer to that. All those countries are free today. Every time we talk, we'll be talking about Southern Sudan. Southern Sudan, they are trying to survive. You haven't really lived among them to know how they are getting along, even though it might be hard for them. But what about these countries that have succeeded after coming out of a kind of oppressive environment, like in Europe? So why, you see, the people who are suffering in Nigeria now know what the Igbos have been saying. The Yorubas, as you mentioned, have also started agitating for their own nation. If we intensify that effort, who will say no? How many people are in the government? Yes, we have external forces that are perhaps holding them on. But if we make up our mind that we want Nigeria to be in a form of a federation or a union of nations, we will get it. But there are people who are so comfortable, they are expecting to be appointed into some kind of big position when things continue the way they are now. And they'll keep telling us it's difficult, it's not possible, we shouldn't do it, and make all kinds of recommendations. In South Africa that we're talking about, South Africans closed their ranks when the apartheid thing became too hard to get. No white man could go to their area. Even a girl who left from America trying to help them, when she got there, she didn't know how serious it was. When they saw that girl in their environment, some of you will know what I'm talking about, she was killed because they resolved that any white person that comes to their territory will die. They put up a resistance that was violent. And today, they've got that freedom to a point. Like you said, Malema is still there. Malema was able to come out because they had already gotten things to a point where Malema can come out and speak.
So Alexi,
our intellectuals have left.
Alexi, we're rounding up, so go straight to the question.
Well, the question is, where are these intellectuals we talk about? What do they want? The Biafran people, both within and without, want Biafra. They have said it. If you doubt me, pressure the government for a referendum. And let's do it that way. It's one of the tools of getting what you want. So why just keep making it look like the victims are the ones who are creating the problem? Nobody called for any war. It's the government of Nigeria that keeps going to kill people and sending soldiers to do that. No one is attacking them. No one is blaming them. And they keep doing it every day. We end up blaming the victims. Why? How far would that take us? So that's my question to you is, why do we keep blaming the victims instead of intensifying our pressure on the government that keeps killing its own people? There's genocide going on now in Nigeria. Why don't we focus on that act and let them stop? There has been call for dialogue. Even priests, everybody has been talking about it. You think the Biafrans don't want dialogue? They want dialogue, but that dialogue must not be presupposed to be something that will come out with any particular result. Let there be a superior argument, and let us accept it. And this political correctness that we keep using on the media is not helping us. Let us say the truth as it is, and let us find the best recommendation for it. Dialogue can work, but who is ready to dialogue? The government of Nigeria is not ready to dialogue. No, they believe in the force of arms, and that's what they have been using. Anything you see from Biafra is self-defense. Self-defense is what you are seeing. Yes.
Alexis, thank you.
So,
thank you.
What does he recommend?
Okay, thank you. We really.
What does he recommend?
Okay, Alexis, thank you. I thought we would end at 3 hours. We are over 3 hours. So I'm not sure how many. It depends on Franklyn if you want to keep taking questions. But I was thinking that we finish the people who are here. So please, when I come to you next, just a question, no commentary.
Okay. Well, right. What do we do with the federal government that is killing our people? That's the question I have for him.
Okay, Franklyn, go ahead.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't even understand. Our brother was mixing a lot of issues. And those issues doesn't give anyone the basis to do a proper analysis of, it is good to be angry about what is happening. Any right-thinking person will be angry about what is happening. But once you say that the intellectuals are this, intellectuals are that, what about the non-intellectuals? What are they doing? What have they done? If you say that agitation, that the people came out in South Africa because the agitation has gotten to a point, then you never understood the actual history of what happened during apartheid. You never even understood how South Africa got to get independence. You never understood how many months and years Mandela spent dialoguing with the oppressors. It was dialogue, not even the armed struggle that got South Africa independence. Dialoguing. Mandela was moved out of prison into a safe house for many, many years. And then they kept dialoguing and planning. How do we get to a South Africa? Because the whites needed concessions, that when the blacks, if they hand them over power, that every white person will not be thrown out of the country or killed. They need concrete assurances. And South Africa got independence, but the whites kept economic independence. What Malema is fighting for today. So there must be a way that we are angry. We all are angry. If we all keep on shouting and screaming, it brings nobody nothing. And this is our form of agitation, only being angry and then trying to think that our own views are the only views. Everybody has a claim. Every Nigerian has a claim. And we should recognize that. Yes, and that's why we urge our people. If you say we are not, who is talking about war? If you challenge the territorial integrity of a state, what are you calling for? They would destroy you with reckless abandon. Germany arrested people who were plotting a coup. We are challenging the territorial integrity of the state. So what do you want? So if you say you don't want war, but you are challenging the state, it's territorial integrity. What are you inviting to yourself? Are we thinking at all? So these are the issues that we lay before our people. It's not only sitting down and screaming at people who have contrary views. We Igbo should tell ourselves the truth. Agitation, I said, is a legitimate instrument of politics. We can use that as one branch and use other branches, which include dialogue, not thinking that it's only agitation and nothing. If anybody that thinks that has not even sit down to think about how societies evolve. So stop pointing fingers at your intellectuals. You guys don't listen to them at all. No matter what they tell you, you will think that this is your view of trying to stamp your feet and then get what you want through force of arms. Is it? Okonkwo did that and things fall apart. And what happened to him? He committed suicide. Obi Erika, that has always been cautioning, was the guy that stood to tell the story. Igbo should think and think more. Because it's not being politically correct to recognize that other people have grievances as well, that other people have fears that we may not even know that we are eliciting out of them. So what do we do? What does an intelligent person do? You learn to navigate minefields. If they lay mines in your front door, you don't just run in and then explode and blow yourself to smithereens. You learn to navigate them. That's why God gave us intelligence. But if we abandon that and say it is either my way or the highway, then I don't know whether anybody will listen to what we are saying. And that's why it seems that we are screaming and people are not even listening. So if you want people to listen to our aspirations and agitations, we should be able to pay them the same compliments that we want, listen to them as well, and see where we can work together and what we can compromise and how we can, move from the point of hardened positions to compromises that could profit each group and each person. It's pretty important. We should start thinking, not leading our people. We sit down in the diaspora and then we make issues about us and us alone. It's a tunnel vision. If we believe that we are, it's not a victim Olympiad where we cry. No, we have to look for functional solutions, practicable solutions. What can we do to get ourselves out of this?
Thank you. We have three more people: Zeno, Jonava, and Yomi, and then we are done. Zeno, yeah, just question, please. Unmute yourself, Zeno.
Okay. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I've been following the program before I decided to join the live. Anyway, from my own word, I said, if a problem of a thing is not identified, solution is far from view. One of the things we need to understand is for us to trace back to know what led us to where we are. There is something that is hidden from every Nigeria, which I want to point out today. This thing is simple. The representative of every state is the one killing the nation first, which are the governors. If you put together what the governors has squandered, has destroyed, have stolen from Nigeria, you will be surprised to yourself. When NSAS was going on, one of my prayer was this: if we can channel this strength to scrutinize and check every governors of Nigeria, things will change. I've been outside Nigeria for quite a number of years. I've seen the way states deliver themselves from a nation because of the love they have for that state. Our governors don't love us. They are the ones destroying the country. We must look for a way to keep these people on check. If we can get this system done, I'm telling you, even the few states in Igbo land, we turn to UK before you know it. Because when you don't love your home, you will not do anything to keep it growing and keep it growing. For example, almost every home who can provide electricity have a generator in their house just to provide for their family. Now put it in the context of a governor. Let's imagine from 1999, if every state governor in Igbo land has been doing just one major project, today we will not be talking about referendum. Rather, the federal government will be compromising to keep everybody intact. When you don't have anything to contribute to any nation, they will not honor you. They will not respect you. Power will always come to you when you contribute to it. So my own word is this: we that are in diaspora should look for a way. Journalists, investigative journalists, let's bring systems together to check our governors. They are our problem. The battle we are taking to Aso Rock will not lead us anywhere. We have to first of all start that battle in our state. Because if our treasury from states are not taken out, we will not be where we are today. So this is what I want to bring in, that people should start thinking towards this direction. I understand the pains of everybody in Nigeria. We know what is going on, the pains of every Igbo. But go back there and calculate how much I've come to the 6 states of Igbo since 1999 to 2022. You will know federal government is not majorly our problem first, but it's our representatives who are governors. So this is what I want to say. And my question is, please, how can we put a system together to make sure our governors does not squander the money that comes to state? Let's see how we can start from there first. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Zeno.
Okay.
I don't know. At this point, it doesn't make sense because I keep saying, go straight to the question and people will make a speech. But I'll keep saying it. Franklin, do you want to take this question or do you want to get the other one?
Well,
Okay.
let me, I will just give a brief answer. My brother, this is why we advocate politics. We should get involved. Staying on the sidelines is not acceptable. If we don't get involved, there is a saying that if you come to the meeting of your omunna and you keep quiet, the meat that was given to you and your neighbor will be eaten in your presence and you not even know. And this is what is happening. So if you don't get involved, your meat will be eaten and you will not even know what is happening. It's because we are aloof to the political process. Nigerians will tell you that politics is dirty. And then we leave it to the dirty guys, and the dirty guys are doing us dirty. So if you don't get involved, we believe that we have the right to complain. Why would you complain? There are opportunities to get involved. It is politics. If you are not where the meal is being cooked, maybe you are the meal that is to be eaten. So when we tell our people that it's not being taken lightly that we are saying it, it is the fact. If you don't play that politics, if you don't join them to see how your resources are being shared, your resources will be shared without you. You may even be sold into slavery. Once they make the decision, there was this popular Igbo musician, Okonkwasa. He played a song, Igbo Okuko Karere. Okoko is the Igbo word for the fowl. His kinsmen called them together for a meeting, all the animals for a meeting. And the Okoko said, no, I'm busy. Whatever you guys decide, I am a part of it. And they went to the meeting and decided that Okoko will be used for sacrifices to the gods. And today, Okoko is being used for sacrifice everywhere. The eggs of Okoko is being used by local dibias for sacrifice. The chicken being eaten in the kitchen. So Okoko becomes the sacrificial world champion of the animal. So if they are calling for a meeting, attend, or else you may become like Okoko someday. So these are things we tell our people. So it's not very, we're not just saying it for the sake of saying that, being politically correct. That's the nitty-gritty of life.
Janaba, are you there? Okay, Yomi, you're next. Question, please.
Hi, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunity, and thank you, Dr. Franklin, for making time to come and help with discussing this issue. So I'll just go straight to the issue about insecurity and the headsmen. To be clear, I'll just say that I prefer dialogue to fighting anytime, any day. However, we already have fighters and or agitators. Now, Dr. Franklin, is it completely impossible to get these fighters and agitators to focus on their state governments, as in focus on a regional level, instead of taking the fight to the federal government to try and gain some kind of autonomy? Is it possible to get them to realign their efforts at their state government and try and force their state governments to use whatever security allocation or budget that they have to join these agitators in facing the headsmen that are on their land? Because that's a smaller fight than trying to fight the state government for autonomy. If they're able to win that fight and get rid of and tackle insecurity and get rid of the headsmen that are on the land, perhaps that will create a common ground between the agitators and the state governments. And based on that common ground, they can begin to work together on other issues like education and health and the like. Is it entirely impossible to get, so that's my question, is it entirely impossible to get the agitators to join hands with their state governments, get the state government to take responsibility for the security of the land, get the state government to use their security allocation of budget in conjunction with these agitators to fight the headsmen and get them out of the land?
Excellent question. I have to, the agitators The IPOBs, the ESNs, the whatever Yoruba, these guys don't know the amount of power they have because they are very busy focusing on a narrow area. There was about 3 years ago, I wrote an article calling Nnamdi Kanu was commanding this guy will make a pronouncement. If he wants 50,000, 500,000 youths to be on the streets of Enugu or about anywhere, they will come out. That is power. I wrote an article saying, if I am this guy, I will urge every of my members to go and get a PVC. This Biafra they are talking about, they will gain it tomorrow by, first of all, selecting their own candidate for all houses of assembly across Southeast and voting them in. The governors will have no power. They have won. They will hijack the state. It's as easy as that. You have massive following. Convert it to votes. Any governor will be begging you guys to pass his bill. You don't even need to go for the governorship. Houses of assembly from all regions. Vote your own people in. That's politics. That's how the game is played. And nobody will even challenge. If you want to pass a bill commissioning to buy a battalion of arms and ammunition for the state, you can do it because you have the power of the purse. That is politics. But once we leave the big picture and focus on the narrow things, we will be here screaming from morning till day till night and nothing will happen. We can be the change we want if they focus on that local level. Every local government chairman, if IPOB was smart, they could have voted all of them out and then put their own people in there. You're not talking about Biafra again. You'll be doing Biafra because you control the whole states of assemblies and the whole local governments. As simple as that. And then the government, Nigerian federal government, will not even challenge you or arrest you, a leader, or do anything because you did it through the ballot box. That's their game. We play it according to their game. We are not there to, we go there and beat them there. That's what intelligent people do. And then we see how they will govern once they get that power. But if you don't get into and play that politics, you will not get it. If you challenge the state will come out and crush you. It's as simple as that. But if you say, okay, these guys have the arms, we don't. So what do? We find a way to get around it, hijack the state from inside, and it becomes ours. So if you have this massive following of voters, you can tell them what to do and they will do it. All these guys online attacking people. No, get your PVCs. Vote your own people in. Let them go and change that structure from within. That's how revolutions are effected in modern times. Anybody who tells you that politics is not important has not studied the history of nations.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Franklin, for this wonderful 3.5 hours. We booked you for 90 minutes. Ike, I can, if I let you come back for a second question, other people will want to do the same thing. So we're going to have a conversation after this. But we want to say thank you to Dr. Franklin for joining us. And hopefully next time we call you to help us understand some of these issues about our country, you will help us to do so.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you. I thank everybody that has asked a question or contributed. You guys are great.
All right. So when we come back, we will do a retake, maybe review what happened and get your views. So let's take a break.
Gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
and princess. Remember, remember the pyramid of Egypt. When we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, remember Marcus Garvey. Who are the dream for New America? Oh, remember, remember Martin Luther King. Who are the dream for New America? They say you are black. They say you are brown. They say you are black. They say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Down for so
I don't care what anybody says. Welcome.
Why you play my uncle?
Welcome.
That's my uncle.
Nice to see all of you. We do a review of what we had from Dr. Franklyn. Ike is not there. I wanted to know the question he wanted to ask the second time. CM, can you hear me? CM, can you hear me? Okay. CM is still. Ify, welcome to the show. Ify, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me? No?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, okay. So Ify, welcome to the show. I know you came on and you left again. I thought you wanted to ask a question. Okay, let me take who wants to go? What do you think about Franklyn and what he said? Anybody? Alexi? Anybody?
All right,
go. Oh, okay. Ovia didn't even join us. So
let me go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, two things stand out for me though. I mean, I think I watched the whole thing pretty much. I agree with the guy, but one, Mr. Alex, for once I agree with him. He has a very vital question that me too. I always, anytime I have opportunity, I ask the intellectuals in our society. Where are they? What are they doing? But Mr. Alex put it further. What do they want? Even though it narrow it to the Igbo space, but to grow the whole country, and I've been asking that. The intellectuals, what are their roles? They are very, very important in every developed economy and society, especially at least of America. Their opinions are very important. That's because they are involved in day-to-day activities of this, not just the society, not just the elite, but even the politics of today. You have those who are leaning towards right and leaning towards left. So policy are formulated mainly around intellectuals in every society. So those in our society, what are their roles? What are they doing? I went further to accuse them. I believe they are in bed with the political elite. They beat their bid at the time because, of course, the society is not conscious or they are not even ready to even conscientize the society enough to actually be able to depend on them in terms of how to survive financially. nobody cares to read their books because we don't even see them. We have the likes of, let me first mention the likes of the only Nobel laureate we have today. How many people can actually say, yes, I've been 50 miles close to this man before. He has been in our classrooms. Okay, his books I've been reading in our primary schools or secondary school. I get to know about the man more after I left Nigeria. So stuff like that, I see where I agree with the question, Mr. Alex. And on the last statement that your guest ran up on, which is the agitators,
Okay, thank you.
use the opportunity to galvanize their people and at least dominate the politics of their locality. And that's exactly what I said. Shout out to our man. I remember when the first seat at home was achieved. I went on his show and I said, I've never seen anywhere where a group of people have this kind of cohesion in Nigeria. And that is a threat to any power. Power that be doesn't want to see the base come together, either to celebrate, anything that will make them be together in their numbers is a threat to power anywhere. So when I saw that happen that first day, I was like, man, this is the way to go. But they should find a way to turn it into a political union. It doesn't have to be a party. A political union whereby they would dominate the locality first, start from the councillor, the state governor. When you dominate that is a bargaining force for you. Politics is about give and take. What are you bargaining with? You understand? That's why a lot of people are giving Tinubu props. He dominated the western part of Nigeria first, then approached the middle. That's how you do it. So if they have used this energy to actually dominate that space, I mean, the Biafra of a dream, then it would have been at least maybe a step further, because you have to dominate, then you go and bargain. Now, and somebody, I think Kulata actually said something in the comment section that Obi should have stayed with Adga, and I agree with that. Imagine Obi, Abaribe, and Abga. The whole Southeastern politicians don't have a choice than to join them. Thank God for Wike with his G5. It would have been an easy decision for Wike to make. Coupled with the middle belt, that is a bargaining force for we the Southern, for we the South. If we can come together politically in one voice, guess what? That is competition right there already. Then idea will start flourishing. Not say, oh, I'm from here, I'm from here. It's not idea. If another man present the candidate, if southern guy present the candidate, it's not idea. Trust me, if your idea is superior, Fulani man will support you. If your idea is superior and a man from Okaititi will support you, it doesn't matter. But that is where we should be gravitating to. So that's where I actually support that sit out at first, if they can go that route. So I was kind of agreeing with your guests when you're also making the same point. That's just what I take out from his submission.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Raf, go ahead. What's your take?
Yeah. How you doing, Rudolph? Thank you for having me. It's good to have good internet, unlike CM and John Abba. You know, we need to start a GoFundMe for our brothers in both UK and Texas. You know, so I'm really glad that you brought Dr. Franklin today. I'll probably be reaching out to him because I need to hear more from him, and I'll probably read one or two of his works because I wasn't familiar with his works before today. Yeah, it's very refreshing to hear from somebody like that, and it was unfortunate to see people doing this thing that whenever we hear a lot of truths, we just start switching off and trying to we just try to win an argument that is not even there, because we are being threatened by whatever the person is saying, and we just switch to I can own you, I can win an intellectual. The man didn't come here he didn't say anything wrong. Everybody was just you're anti-Igbo, you're anti-Biafra, and it was just funny. At the end of the day, you're even hearing Ovie making agreeing with points. I was seeing to Nigeria agreeing with points that he was making, and I was like, how many times have I said there's multiple options available to us? I'm not Igbo, but just because people have taken different routes does not mean that you only have one option. And it's the easiest thing to do is call for violence. The easiest route that always seems in front of us is calling for war. But if you've never been in war, you've never lifted a gun, it's like, oh, it's easy because you can just point here and say, these people fought war, and they got a result. But it's easy to call for the violence, but you don't know when or how it's going to end, because it's just like that example of bringing down a structure, a 20-story super story building. It can bring it down in 2 minutes, but when you have to build it up, it takes forever to build it up, right? Except you're doing the one that they have in China, where in 90 days, but still 90 days is not 2 minutes. So it's always easier to say, let us shoot guns, let us fight, let us this, let us that, bish, 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 bish. But when they say, let us, when you see the solutions, when somebody's like, oh, there's other options, this, whatever looks like the toughest route, then people start saying, no, I don't like it. This man is not, intellectuals are the problem. You have not been doing anything. What do you mean by they have not been doing, they have not been speaking up? Part of speaking up is appearing on programs like this. Part of speaking up is allowing you to ask them questions. And you got to ask them questions. And we keep saying this, and nobody is speaking up about Igbo problems. If Rudolph did not give you a platform, you won't be able to speak about Igbo problems. Every time I come here, I've asked, when the flooding happened in Nigeria, the one recent flooding, it took 29 states. That means thousands, over millions of people were displaced. Was it? Is 29 states Igbo people only? Is that only Igbo states of the 29? 29 states of Nigeria. That's an example of majority of the country being affected by rain, flood, and we all missed that moment to see that there was a unified suffering happening, and everybody still came up here to say Fulani, 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 and someone can easily just manipulate that situation into a different path, and we don't see how we fall for it. But if you had gone that route of collecting, going for the political gains, owning your local political machinery, you have the power, you have the negotiating chips, everything is with you. And even if you want to go the military route, when you already dominate your local, all the local political office holders are on your side, you already have access to weapons directly, because you own you own part of the government in your region. And people don't want to hear that. It's like, no, you have to say only this thing. You only have to stick to one option. And when someone's like, oh, there's multiple options, it's not just one option that's on the table, then we start cussing out the person, we start saying intellectuals are not doing anything. And then he starts bringing you historical facts and dropping it in front of you, showing you examples from other African countries. Like I've said in the past, look at other African countries. They'll say, oh, they are too small. Nigeria is a big country. Okay. I don't want people to die. I'm not interested in people dying by the numbers. I'm not interested in large refugee camps in other countries, because it's not fun. It's not it's not fun for anybody. I don't care if you're from my tribe or you're not from my tribe. It's not fun. It's not a good thing. But some of us just seem to have this dream of a massive suffering for a large number of people before we can achieve like a brand new Exodus, walk around for how many years the Israelites walked around in the Bible. I'll say, okay, well, like I said, there's always options, and hopefully we'll choose the right options. So everybody has an agitation on the table, and your agitation is not superior to every other tribe in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ralph. Let me hear from CM. We let's try him again. We didn't get a chance to hear him. CM, go ahead.
CM, Concosia is still giving out free connection. We are still in that business. Can join the movement. You get good connection. We are in a kit yesterday connecting, so we can stop by in UK.
CM, go ahead. All right, no, it's not going through. All All right, who has not said anything? Okay, let me come to you, Ike. Lexi, I'll come to you. Ike, you were trying to ask a second question. What was the question?
Yeah, Dr. Damages. Sorry that I have to go out. Tomorrow is my birthday, so I'm trying to put one or two things together. So, Madam, sometimes she will open the central door. So I mean, everybody is invited in the island of Bonaire for tomorrow.
Wow, thank you for inviting us. Happy birthday, and yeah.
Let's sing happy birthday for Ike now.
Yeah, let's do that.
Everybody, let's sing. Everybody.
1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ike. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. God bless you. And I pray that God will give each and every one of us a day to celebrate. Amen.
Yes. Amen.
The question that I wanted to ask Dr. Franklin before, I think it was Yomi also. Yomi, right? Yomi was asking, he brought something about why not go to the local area to fight this battle instead of going to the state. And also, Dr. Franklin said something that getting Biafra, for example, is as easy as going to drink water. The politics we're talking about. And I want to say that what I wanted to tell him, I said, may God bless him. Because why I wanted to say that was in 2008 in Mali, I was the vice president of Igbo community in Mali. And the issue of this Mossop came on. When that one, it was Mossop then, I think it was the days of Mossop. And honestly speaking, today is Sunday. What Brother Franklin said here was what I told the Igbo congregation on that day in that hall. That listen, we have shared blood. We have fought for this independence through the barrel of God. This time around is supposed to be an action of mind, dialogue, speaking to your neighbor, hearing the side story of your neighbor, sharing the pain of your neighbor, having a conversation with people, and getting involved in politics, in local politics, in our community areas. Exactly, today is Sunday. This was what I told the Igbo community in Mali in 2008. I said, listen, every time an Igbo man carries the anger of the civil war and we misplace priorities all the time. Because like we are saying here, we understood that every set of Nigeria has one thing or the other to complain about. It's not just only we, the Igbos. Every tribe has something to complain about. And if we cannot listen to the other side, and if we cannot hear the other side, it is going to be difficult for you to be able to draw any other body closer to you to be able to achieve whatever you want. And since the emergence of P2B, this has been my cry here in every platform that I am involved. This is the time that we should be able to reach hand across the bridge. Ojukwu said it. It was shaking the hand across the bridge. Shaking hands across the Niger bridge. We need to shake that hand. This is the time we need to shake the hand. Because we all know here what we're going about. Zeno just said it here. The power that the governors in the Eastern Nigeria has today, the weight of the state that the governors have consumed since 1999 to today. If people were asking questions, we will not find ourselves where we find ourselves today. Go to your local government. Your local government chairman is building a house of 50 million. Where did he get the money from? A local government chairman is riding on Rolls Royce, is going on convoy. Local government chairman in the present day Nigeria, and nobody is asking questions. And this was what I was telling my people where I lived in Kaduna for 5 years. I was the social welfare officer of Igbo community in Kaduna. We don't go to bed, like
This was our slogan in Kaduna. We don't go to bed with rapper. You know, in the night, he tie rapper to go to bed. But because we were living surrounded by enemies, we have a whistle, we have a sign that we were able to maneuver the problem we are having in Kaduna. We have a whistle when there is a problem somewhere. If Dr. Damage blow that whistle, the other person will blow that whistle. The other person will blow the whistle. The other person will blow the whistle. By the time you know it, you see more than 5,000 Igbo people in Kaduna State. And the northern people was beginning to ask questions. How do these people come together in a minute of 5 minutes? You see the Igbo gather from everywhere. That is the way we used to fight our battle in Kaduna then. There was unity. People were speaking to each other. The Yorubas joined us. They begin to have that whistle. They developed their own way of trying to join the Igbo community in what we're doing. Then we have interaction with the Yorubas, with the Southern Kadunas, with people from Plateau State, with the Biron people. We have a lot of people in Kaduna who came to become part of Igbo community. And this was the only way we were able to be the bridge across the Niger. And we were able to protect ourselves. So, I am an Igbo man. I am from Olu, for example. I used to say it all the time. The civil war was fought in Olu zone too. And Hope Uzodinma has already destroyed the Imo State as a whole as of today. So, it is time for us to try to listen to the other person and know where and how we can work together and to be able to bring peace and have a country that everybody will be comfortable with. Because when we are agitating only us, it's just not only us. Governor of Benue State, the problem is having with the federal government is the same agitation. The Yorubas are agitating. The people in the Niger Delta people are agitated in different forms and in different ways. But can't we be able this time around to be able to hear ourselves and listen to ourselves and hold our people, our local leaders and our politicians in our zones accountable for what we have found ourselves in? Because there is something Brother Franklin said here which I understood. When you're trying to fight against a state, they're going to come with you with everything. We should recognize that. So, my appeal at my age, as I said, I'm celebrating my birthday tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be 60 years.
I think CM network don't attack mine.
Ike is network for tomorrow birthday party.
Ike is down. So let's go to Alexei, and then I will go back to the people who didn't get a chance to talk to Dr. Franklin, and we hear what they feel. Alexei, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please, Alexei. Alexei, you're still muted. All right, go ahead. Let's see.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You see, when we misunderstand issues, then we address it with the wrong things. This thing about blame game on the Igbos and how they are trying to survive, it's not a fair deal to be accusing us of trying to fight, trying to shoot. When did the Igbos try to shoot? Not even during the Civil War. They were always on defense. Somebody goes and writes a book saying the Igbos invaded their territory and raped their people and all that. The truth is that even the river says old Papa, what's his name again? He said it.
Edwin Clark.
Edwin Clark. Edwin Clark said not a single shot of bullet was allowed or happened when the old Benin Republic was overrun by the Biafran soldiers. Not a single shot. You can refer to his speeches and the things he has said. What I'm trying to say is this. We are not looking at the true situation of this thing we call Nigeria. If we look at the true situation, we will find a better way of getting things done. I have even said it before. I said, look, let's ease off. Let everyone take care of their own place. All these things about what you do with your local government and all that. That is the time to exercise it. It's not now, while things are still the way they are and we're not able to get things going. Nigeria cannot continue the way it is structured. This idea that we must keep Nigeria at all costs is part of the problem. We can make a new Nigeria from easing off and then settling everything that we need to have in place and recombine. Things can happen like that. This accusation of, oh, the Igbos they are asking to fight, there was nothing like that. Everything that you see happening now is self-defense because everybody is being killed. Even in Benue, we were told, you arm yourself. Danjuma said it. So what is all this about? Everything is, blame the Igbos, blame them, give them the worst of picture in this whole thing. It's not a fair deal to be doing that. So I'm saying, let us stop. In fact, that shows that there is hatred in the minds of many people, including Igbos themselves, who refuse to see the truth about themselves. Let us look at the whole picture. See what Nigeria became to many people before now, not even what is happening now. What is happening now is more like the symptom of what was there before. You say, oh, let's not be tribalistic. What is being tribalistic? You be yourself, they say, oh, you are speaking your tribe. You are this, you are that. People are denying who they are now because of that effort to change the narrative about what has been happening amongst us. People are giving their God gift to be who they are, and they want to be who they are, yet the system is fighting them. That's not fair. And now we are excusing the federal government. The federal government refuses to obey its own law in the country. They sent soldiers to go and kill its own citizen. And everybody is keeping quiet and saying, oh, maybe they are the cause. They are the ones agitating. Agitation has become the order of the day. And I tell you what, the Yorubas have their own, made in their own way, and the Igbos are, and the Benue and Co are. All that is not because people just woke up one day and said they will not be. Look at the history. Look at the utterances of the old leaders. Do you want to start quoting what Ahmad Bello said about how they are going to overrun the whole country, how the country is theirs, and then others are going to be slaves to them? All that I mean, it seems like we don't even want to think about those kind of things when we are trying to find a way of settling down. Stop accusing the Igbos. They are not your problem. Nigeria is the problem. And Nigeria needs to be restructured. People need to have what they want in the way that they perceive themselves to want to live. The United Nations did not make a mistake when they say there should be self-determination, freedom in the nations of the world. Even if nothing happened, and we say, you know what, we want to be on our own, we are self-determined to be on our own, there should be a ground for considering that kind of request. If it is dialogue, of course, we've always wanted dialogue, but no one is trying to apply that. Say, okay, referendum. No one is trying to apply that. Everybody is held in a chokehold on the neck. You must stay and keep this Nigeria. I don't think that's a fair way to get anything done. So I rest my case by saying, relax this your accusation on Igbos. They're not even trying to separate the country. They just want to be left free. Freedom is what we want so that we can achieve what we are determined to do for ourselves. That is not possible without this agreement. Thank you.
Alexi, thank you. You know, this is, let me say this because I get accused a lot about trying to stop some people and trying not to give people equal time. So sometimes I'm conscious of that fact, and I want to make sure that I don't give Alexei 5 minutes, and then when Thomas is speaking, I give him 2 minutes, you know. But so, sometimes it happens. So sometimes when I try to stop somebody, it's not really about what you are saying. I think about time that we have. If I'm going to let everybody here speak for 10 minutes, then that means we already have 1 hour that we have to spend on one topic if we are going, you know. So please understand that. Thomas, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. I think this is my
Yeah,
second
nice to
time of joining you. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
thank
really
you.
had a nice conversation and educative guest. My heart prayed for him so very well. May God bless him, bless his family and his endeavor. This is is in my space. That is what I stand and stood for. People that know me know what I stand for. Uh, we just have to change our mentality about this agitation. People, as he rightly said, he said, people have a legit concern for agitating. But what really matters is if this is not working, why can't we try something else? uh, Dr. Damages, he made a comment. He said, just imagine Nnamdi Kanu stood out and formed a political party and flog all the House of Assembly in the Southeast. Why can't we start from there? It's not about arm. No. I'm a Yoruba man, born and bred. Yoruba agitation. I don't care about them. Do you know what scares me about agitation? It's spilling of blood. I wasn't born when Biafra war happened, but we read history. I don't want a blood of a Igbo man to be shed for any country. I don't want the blood of a Yoruba man to be shed for any country. That is what I stand for. And people know me on this internet. I don't care where you come from. Zeno, may God bless you as well. Your submission was so amazing. Zeno, do I pronounce it well? Zeno. No, bloodshedding. I hate it. I don't want to hear it. I don't live in Nigeria. I have family members in Nigeria. I don't want them to be killed for any country. Any country. So that is my politics. Dr. Rudolph, thank you so much. Continue your good work. May God continue to bless you and all the panelists. That's my submission. Thank you.
I know. Rudolph, we don't really hear you, have you? I've been now let me know the year.
Rudolph, don't
I'm not
sign
hear
with
am.
CM Internet
CM
now.
don't give am the virus.
Yeah.
Rudolph, thank you so much. Thank you, Thomas.
We are still giving all across the board.
Doze, you didn't get a chance to talk to Dr. Franklin. So did you watch, and what's your take?
Well, I was cheering him up.
Can you hear me?
People like this.
Hello, CM virus. I'm not muted.
Can you hear me?
It's been their network.
Okay.
We can, yeah, but he got your question. Don't worry, he got your question.
I was cheering him on. I was cheering him on. If you saw Pascal Fed, that was me. I was cheering him on. I think the gentleman is extraordinary. And I want you to understand that there are so many people who are absolutely Igbo to the core, who thinks like him. There are many of them. The reason they don't speak is because you just don't know whether your cousin is IPOB. Okay? That's part of the reason why you don't speak. You can be speaking anywhere you are, and then by the time you get home, the virus of IPOB has gotten your cousin, and you might be at the fray. So that is part of the reason why people don't talk. But I urge the Biafrans to err towards common sense. I know it's very hard to tell a Ghanaian that the Ghana team will not win World Cup. Even when they have been defeated, it's hard to tell them they will not win the World Cup 2022. So the only thing I can simply say there is that I didn't want to even come out here, but Franklin brought me out. We have many things to fight, like I said yesterday. If we look at those things and be able to fight them properly, sensibly, we'll have a very beautiful Igbo land. We'll have a very beautiful Nigeria. There is unrest across Nigeria. There is unrest in Sokoto. That is people are running away in Katsina. It's not a conspiracy that of the Fulanis that people are being killed in Katsina. It's across Nigeria. We have a country that has failed. We should all admit it. Whether you are, as I listen to IPOB sometimes, I also listen to the Yoruba agitators. In fact, their own agitation, they talk more than IPOB. In fact, they talk too much. But the point I'm trying to make in the conclusion is simple. Come back to your senses and look around. This year, I traveled to Onitsha. I traveled to Aba. I do it almost every year. There are so many things you can do better in your own place with the amount of money that is poured into your region. We have a lot of money in Igbo land. There are so many things we can do better to give as an example to other Nigerians. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to people who didn't get a chance to speak when Franklin was here. Okija, are you there? Christian, were you with us? I think I saw you. Yeah. No?
My feet because I'm at work and I don't want to.
Okay, Christian, were you there? Did you have the chance to speak to Franklin?
No. I didn't have the chance.
Okay, go ahead. I didn't know. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Franklin a question, but it's unfortunate that he left. And I wanted to talk to Zodian that he left, and Dozier said something right now. And every person keep on talking that we should dialogue, we should talk to our governor, talk to this one. I was a product of Nigeria, and Nigeria happened to me, whereby a policeman caught me. I was doing my business in Nigeria, doing everything. They caught me, put me inside their motor, carried me to a POS, and withdraw 250,000 naira from me. And I was shouting, and nobody is being listening to say what is happening to this guy. And Nigeria is where everyone is talking that we should, ask governor, hold our governor responsible, hold our House of Representatives responsible. In Nigeria, no one could come out now and talk to the governor and say, hey, you come and give us account of what is happening. Once you say it, the next morning you will be eliminated, and you will be killed immediately. So how then are we going to hold these people accountable? How are we going to? Zodon, you right? Thank you. You are back. I want to ask you. You said we should hold our governors and our House of Representatives responsible. Have you ever asked your own House of Representatives a question? Have you asked him a question? Because in Nigeria, how are we going to find the solution? The solution when you ask the question to the governor and your life will be safe the following morning. That is the question. That is the main thing we should be asking. How can, if we are going to be holding this governor, this House of Representatives responsible, how are you sure that your life will be saved the following day? And and when it happens, no one will come out and speak for you. No one. Then how are we going to solve the problem?
Thank you, Christian. Thank you.
Want me to respond?
Yeah, response,
okay.
Raf, you wanted to? Okay, let me hear Zeno then. Raf, you can. Zeno, go ahead. I think he mentioned you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he mentioned me too. That's why I was okay.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay. Oh, Zeno, go ahead first.
Raf, yeah. You are muted.
Zeno, mute yourself.
Okay. If you recall with the way I started, I make mention of something. If we can channel the same energy, I use the word the same energy, automatically it's already existing. We are not looking for it. We shut down the entire Nigeria by NSAS. Just imagine if that kind of strength was duplicated to every state to hold.
No, Christian, you have to let him speak, please. Go ahead.
So just imagine if that kind of unity is divided among the 36 states to hold their state government accountable. I'm telling you, things will change sporadically. Because first, most of the things we are suffering as Nigeria did not majorly come from the federal government. For example, if we attend bad primary schools, it's not a president that will come and give you a good primary school. You should know that already. That's why I use the word like having a generator in your house. Every governor is like a father of a state. Just like you are a father of your home. You secure your state first. You provide for them first. Not until you are a solution provider, nobody values you. You should understand that. If every state is producing something and the governor helped to make these things happen, you will see even the federal government will respect the state. But in a place where no state has anything to do, no contribution, no production, nothing, then they look down on everyone. So that's why I have to categorize into region. I used the word just now. If peradventure the 6 states in the east and some other in the west and all that comes together and begin to do massive projects with the kind of application that goes to them, I'm telling you, things will change, sir. The reason why you are not going back home is because there is no home to go to. It's like a trash. If you come down today, you want to stay in Lagos. This Lagos you're saying is not Abuja, it's a state. So even if every state cannot look like Lagos, but there should be something like Lagos in every state. So, like for example, we have the agitation that are going on in the eastern part, the west, the south, every part of Nigeria. Let's just channel that energy. We are here now from diaspora. We will have to join hands together, create a system, create a voice. The reason why they will kill you is because you are going as a person. You don't have to go as a person, you go as a body. No authority will honor an individual. But when you go as a body, they will respect you. The reason why everybody is talking about the agitation now is because the agitation is like a body. It's not an individual. So we start speaking as a body. That is the way to achieve it. I'm not telling you the federal government has not failed us. 100% they have. But first, before we go to repair the federal government, how much have been able to hold our state? The reason why federal government also don't listen to us most times is because they know what the governors representing those states are doing with their allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Zeno. Obia, go ahead.
Let me add to that. To his question that they asked, how do we hold them accountable? Right? Yes, to some extent, the way at this stage of our politics, I still believe that the elite in our society still select who represented for us to vote for. But that selection can only be valid when we go ahead and vote. Now, the question is, Nanda, how then did they mobilize us? Did they give them vote in hundreds, thousands, and millions? Use the same strategy. Now you have a very legit reason to go out there and mobilize people because of the injustice you feel they done to you. You can stand on that pedestal and start mobilizing people alike. Trust me, there are millions of people with the same country who felt the same way. You understand? It's all about organizing. When you bring people, everybody if you get different reason. But guess what? there's a common thing that we have to fight for. Say, okay, this our representative, we have to give them run for their money. So when you begin to carry that message around, now time is not going to happen overnight. If you don't get it now, guess what? You will regroup again. Because that is how the politicians have it. All they want is power. They have that in common. If anybody will lose now, guess what? They go regroup again. That's why it's easy for them to discuss. So if we lose now, that doesn't mean we should give up. Let's regroup. Some people have the question that, oh, that know they work, I know they work. The question is you ask that. Some people say they ridicule Ojukwu. They introduce make it join politics and they ridicule her. No. If you see Obi today, that is continuation of Ojukwu. Because if you remember, Ojukwu actually raised Obi and say, yes, I believe in this guy. He can make Anambra work. That is the continuation of it. If Obi no succeed today, guess what? Somebody will be inspired by what he's doing now and take it from there. That's how it works. That's how we will take our society together. And again, we are fond of approaching our elective officer individually. My senator office show for Christmas now, like if show village now, I go find way go see and go to tell and say, come, I don't get my children never chop. My mama they sick. All these things they sick. The man goes, okay, now I'll carry some few million, give you. Instead of you to actually mobilize your whole village, go sit down for your house. Say, our constituency, how you take use that Ogasa? Make him begin to explain. You not go fit kill everybody. So this is how the politicians think. Today now everybody they run after them. Why? They were able to sell us some stupid stories, but it works. You understand? They feel no way, but they'll come back again. When the 17 governors come together and say that the presidency must come to South, what happened? And just to make sure all of us boil into that, but why they are saying that they are also doing their internal angry, it's self-interest. So what's it beyond self-interest? Even though your next neighbor is not the same thing, but you can tell him that now the same person will represent you now. So if we work together, we will get small from each other for ourselves, and that's how we move on. That's how we get to that place we all want to be. And they say, oh, democracy no in Nigeria. It's not in Nigeria because me and you fail to get in. Who can change it? Now where everybody get involved, because the way it is now is flourishing because there's so much for them to gain. How do you expect them to change it?
All right.
I'm feeling part. So if we all join together and follow the process, before you know, and we'll get to where we want. But as I said, it's always easy for us to point out forth and argue and all that. But hopefully we'll get it someday.
Thank you. Thank you, Obi. Ralph, go ahead.
All right. So one problem we have is how we tell narratives. And Obi has covered some of that. I believe everyone who lived in Nigeria and wasn't from like not a big man, at one point in time, NEPA dealt with your area and you had to mobilize. When I was in Port Harcourt, close 7, Elokoya Estate, we not get light for like 2 weeks, only close 7, but all the other neighborhoods had light. So that's the worst. You are seeing your neighbors, all the other streets have light, right? So you mobilize all the boys, or you talk to all your neighbors, and then you march to NEPA office. Is that holding NEPA accountable? Yes. It's not everything that has to look like only the way Oyibo do their thing that's called accountable. We have been holding people accountable right from time. You want to know another way we hold people accountable? It's go talk to your market women. They've been holding local government officials accountable since colonial times. And that's one thing we overlook right from time. Every time they are hit with taxes, they protest when it's too high. They negotiate, they use their power. If you don't know, go look around. Go learn Nigeria's history. Without them, you won't have independence today. They were the first people to defeat the British. Now, I'll give another example. How many states have banned Okada recently? How many times have you seen Okada people coming out to protest? It is part of the holding of fighting. They are mobilizing. They come out and protest. Police was not there. They did not threaten gun. Even the end SARS, people died, right? But they've changed the way they came out with their SARS. We have this defeatist mentality that it must happen if you don't have an instant reaction. Anytime when we say hold government accountable, it must be like, oh, I asked Buhari to change something, so it didn't change immediately. So no, that's why a lot of nonsense gets away at local level. Our legislators, they get away with a lot of things because we start putting this narrative out there that you can't change government, you can't get anything, but a lot of people have been getting results. A lot of CSOs, these CSOs, they call them the NGOs. A lot of things get done, but we don't recognize it because it doesn't look pretty when we come out and talk. It doesn't look sexy on paper. We only want the sexiest things. We want the result that look big, 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 big. So you, my guy, I don't know where you stayed in Nigeria. Me, I've been beaten by army. I've been beaten by police. That did not stop us from going to fight NEPA. And when you go to fight NEPA, don't they bring out police? And they gave us light. It didn't come out that day. It didn't come out the next day, but we still got our light. That was holding them accountable because we paid our bills. We paid our bills and we went out. But if you ask the person I was back then, did we hold them accountable? Was that we didn't even know that language. We didn't even understand that language. So this is something that is a more recent the English now. Now we know that English, but you have to look back and start thinking that wait, even the police that beat you, that held you then, what did you the fact that you survived is also a form of protest. The fact that you walked out of the station and did you lie down and start greeting them? You probably protested against that. You don't even realize that you were protesting against the police. But we have a Stockholm syndrome that a lot of us live with, and we just say, the police beat me, so me, I will just, I just put my head down. No, you are not putting your head down. You are protesting against them at this moment right now because you're telling people that stuff happened, I survived it, and I'm fighting back against it. I'm telling you can still fight against it and survive. So we have to remember that people have been fighting before the country of Nigeria gained independence. Our market women who did not go to school, as in primary school, secondary school, they fought the British. They beat them. They held them accountable. You cannot just come and throw tax on us anyhow. And we just think because you have to go to university, then that's the only time you can hold people accountable. No. So remember your history. A lot of things, your answers you're looking for is there. And if we start remembering that, we can hold your local government chairman accountable. That's a lot of things that Dr. Franklin was speaking about today made sense. And it resonates with me. We can hold your local government, you can hold your councillor, you can hold your state legislator, you can hold your governor. And if we start thinking of it in the right way, it won't look like it's some big miraculous thing that needs to happen. But everybody's always thinking about federal government. Everybody can't march to Abuja. It's more difficult, but you can catch your councillor. It's right there in front of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me go to Okija. Okija, you're next.
Good morning, everyone.
You're far from we can't hear you very well.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have yet anything to put. Okay, go ahead.
I think his headset is connected. He has to put it on.
Oh, it's not connected. Can you hear me?
I think your headset is connected. You might need to put it on because you sound distant.
Now, obedient connection. That's all I want to rule Nigeria.
Okay, go ahead.
You sound like Tinubu.
It's still the same. We can't hear you. Let me. We have to leave you for now. Fix the stuff. We'll come back. Rachel, welcome to the show.
Okay. You my people. Can I talk?
Yeah. You're free to talk.
I will go greet Papa God, so I just come back.
Yeah, we could see. So did you watch? Did you watch any part of Franklin's presentation?
I just come back now. I holla you say I did your backstage.
Oh, okay. So what do you want to tell us?
I hear some extract from OVA, and that my brother went to talk before OVA.
Okay, go ahead.
The thing we say, we know our problem, and it is the solution that we don't know. Let's assume what we wish didn't come to pass in 2023. So what is the way forward? Are we going to enter the street and do hey, and they bring God, ta, 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 and we enter house? It is time to plan. Like I used to say, those who they hear me Me, I don't leave 2023 for them. But 2027 is a must. It's a must. When you plan well and execute well, there is result. So in our way to 2027, when I talk, say, no, all my children go enter from counselor to president. We go get what they call roadmap. We go get what they call blueprints. We go organize ourselves because you see this mind, it don't go low. So we get to remove waiting no good when it day here for every Nigerians. And not me the oppressor, so the oppressed. All of us go remove waiting day here. Because waiting day here, when they don't put for here, you know, they make us to know, say, our number is our strength. And if we use our number with unity, we go overcome them. So we go remove all those ideology when they put for here. Then we go the whole symposiums. We go the whole town hall meeting. We go they meet our papa and our mama in their very village meetings. We go begin to educate them. It is our responsibility. Because we go train ourselves of our constitutional rights, everybody to the village. Because they say knowledge is power. So when all of us will be the oppressed, get the right knowledge, the same thing, we go get our power. Information, when they talk, information is the key solution to anything. So that is what it will take us to overthrow them. And the preparation starts now. That is why, in our own small way, we created a platform called Andamogo Charity. We go use them, they do the job. All of you now, when you're there for Western world, una go join me, because we don't divide ourselves into the same political zone. Some of you come, some of una come from each of those zones. Una go come take coordinator for each of those zones. All of us come from state. So one person or two person go take state, your state. Then we'll come divide state into local government. All the coordinator of all these different fractions I'm talking will come from diaspora. While the assistant will be in Nigeria. We go do and quarter until we reach our different villages. So that the change when we they talk, we go transfer from region to state, state to local government to village.
All right.
When we reach village, we go do it together.
Tell
me how we know 2027. So work there for us. It will cost us our time, it will cost us our money, it will cost us our knowledge. Together, we will take over what we want. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rachel. The priest of peace, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Okija is here. I fixed my stuff.
Oh, Okija. Okay. Okija is here. So, priest, hold
Thank
on.
you.
Okay, priest, hold on. Okija, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I decided to come in after Alexi, started talking about, the Biafra stuff. I think, I don't know, I've had this discussion with Biafran agitators, and I think Obi and some other guys, they've emphasized it. Buhari has given Biafran agitators, a good opportunity to go and take over their land, free and fair election. I think, the last time Nigeria had a free and fair election was Abiola's election, 1992, was it 92 or 93? And they should go ahead and take over their land, I hope they know how the Muslim Brotherhood, how they won the election in Egypt. Muslim Brotherhood, they were involved in charity works, and they were, in the communities, and they were doing so many things from education, healthcare, and so many other stuff. These things are Biafran, IPOP or whatever. So they're not doing that. They're not doing those. They just visit, giving people arms. You have to train your people. Muslim Brotherhood, they did that indoctrination, education. And when the time for election came, they won. You go to Palestine, Hamas, every election they have in Gaza, they win every election. Over 95%, they win. They are in the community. They do charity work. They're involved in everything from helping people with the police, Lego, everything. They're involved in it. Biafra, that's what they should do. Take over the land. Go local government and governorship, take over and start implementing projects. Just like people have said. You don't have economic. You have nothing. We have nothing in the east. When was the last time we have visionary leader like people like Sam Mbakwe, M.I. Okpara, people that built it, even Jimobodo, like Proda, Anamco, Adapam, all these things were established by these old people, Premier Breweries, and so many other stuff. Farm settlement, Ibariam, some other places. And these people were visionary and they built it. But since then, what have we built? Nothing. So why? Okay, you guys, you think you have an idea. You want a better country. I mean, we've seen what they're able to do. Forcing people, intimidation. I mean, are we going to sacrifice, trading this in Nigeria for for something that was in Nigeria? You haven't shown any, capacity to lead, capacity to provide alternative. We're talking about marginalization. We go for marginalization. We go to just I think Raf said something about Israel coming out from Egypt. Probably would be in another Nigeria go become Biafra and be in another Nigeria for 100 years before we even know what to do. So I think like I just said, they should just go out and take over and bring people who are visionary, people who have ideas, and do joint program. I think Proda was started by Anambra and Imo State or so. Then Adapam also was owned by Anambra and Imo. So things like that. Get into joint. Even if like I say Adapra, maybe the money is not enough. Join with Imo State or Abia State. Create big projects in develop your area. Igbo people, there's marginalization in everywhere in Nigeria. Igbo people, in terms of infrastructure, they've gotten they got the brunt of it. But what have you done with these resources given to you? If your state cannot do it alone, why not join with other states and build a better society? You are being marginalized, and then you are marginalizing people who are inside your communities, who are in your state. You take over their resources, use it to do whatever you want. And I know some of the governors that like Hakim and what's his name, Efulefu, what they did with their state resources, and yet we're complaining. How do we hold them accountable? Buhari has given you opportunity to hold them accountable, take over from them, build a political organization to take over the power from them, and then do the right thing. I mean, there are so many ways to get to, New York. You can fly, you can swim, whatever. You can walk, you can ride a bicycle or whatever. So we have to decide how do we get to New York? Are we going to get to New York, by shooting or whatever? America, taught you, a lesson. There was Martin Luther King and there was Malcolm X. Malcolm X, he was a agitator, violent. But at the end of the day, he came out, he found out that Martin Luther King was achieving things and he was not achieving anything. And he decided, that this is the best way to do it, being non-violent and being having a superior idea, a superior argument. And at the end of the day, I mean, even though it took a lot of years, but since it was 1960 something, but these days, we are having the outcome of that in America, that black people, they are being empowered, they're empowering the next generation. So we have to decide, they don't agree with me. They get angry with me when I say things like this. Some of them, they acknowledge, say, what I say is good. You want to, you have arms, you are shooting. How many? Can you shoot Nigerian government? Can you manufacture arms? Even the Biafra, Ojuku Biafra was even better because they were able to manufacture, build some convert armored vehicles. do so many things, but you can't even do it. You don't even have people who are intellectuals who can do these things, and you want to fight. You can't even feed yourself. You want to fight Nigeria. I don't know, but I mean, people who want to commit suicide, they should go ahead and commit suicide, but they should not include me. Thank you, guys.
Okay,
All right.
Does man make small case for Samuel Ekpa? Samuel Ekpa do have a foundation. I don't know if he get that now. When he used to cater for like women from his state and all that. Does that count?
He has what foundation?
Yeah, he does have a foundation. I don't know what now. Yes, I know him for having a foundation. He always do some charity work back in his states.
Yeah, okay, it's good. He has a foundation, but now it's an opportunity. Let him, have candidates to run for office. Using with that foundation. Join it with that foundation. Have people run for office. Take over the state. That resources you will get from federal government, use it to empower people more, to educate people more, so that at the end of the day, by the time you know it, within let's say 20 years, 50 years, Biafra land, the area called Biafra or 5 Igbo state, they'll be powerful, so that they'll be able to negotiate. They can be able to build arms if that's what they want to do. If they want to get out of Nigeria, they have things, to fight with. What can you go to fight with now?
All right.
Or carpet guns.
Okay, hold on.
I want to say just one.
No,
Zeno,
listen now. Look at the people. I hope you can see everybody on the screen. There are people who have not said anything. Do you think it's fair for you to?
I mean, I'm leaving, so I just want to let you know.
I know. People throw that at me. I'm leaving now.
So I don't pull out like that. So I want to let everybody know how to pull out. It's already 4 a.m. here.
Okay. Where are you? Where is 4 a.m.? Where are you, Zeno? Zeno, where are you?
Malaysia.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Malaysia.
Okay, I didn't know. We have pity on
so
you.
I don't just want to leave like that, so I should not look rude. So I want to take permission to leave.
All right, thank you, Zeno. We appreciate you. Okay. All right. Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'll come to you, Priest. Let me hear from Eddie. Eddie, it looks like Eddie wants to say something. Eddie, go ahead. Okay, Eddie cannot figure out.
Okay, yeah. Doc, good evening, everybody. So I wanted to just throw more light on. Not throw more light. He said it all. What's his name? Dr. Franklyn. The importance of setting up. So for members of IPOP or our Igbo brothers, these fights, Ojukwu has fought the war, 67. And what was the result? The massacre of the Igbo race. Do we want to go in that same? Do we want to go in that same direction? Another spilling of blood. First one didn't work. You want to still go in that armed struggle. This is the time I think we should tell this word to the youths. It didn't work the first time. When we have a regional government, is it going to work now that they've split us into south, east, southwest, west, central? It's not going to work. To fight the system, you need to fight the system from within. Take example in the West, the far right. The far right, they tried to do the whites are this, the whites are that. They see it wasn't working because this is not 1930s or the 1940s when white supremacists were at their peak or thereabout. Things have changed now. So what they do, they start forming political alliances, forming political parties in France, in Eastern Europe, and now they're winning even in of recent in Israel or so. They're in parliament. So in Italy as well. Decisions. If they say migrants, they're going to stop migrants. They're going to stop migrants. The other day they stopped the ship from bringing grown-up men, only children.
All right, Eddie, thank you. Let me welcome the priest of peace. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I heard what Okija said. Okija said something. Eddie is still talking, though.
No, don't worry. I've muted Eddie. Go ahead, the priest.
Okay,
Eddie.
so thank you so much. First of all, I I want to thank HO. HO, ma, I want to thank you because when you speak like a mother, and you have a passion, you know, that is so powerful. And the last time you spoke, when you call out Simon Ekpa, I was so happy that you called him out. I was so happy that you called him out. I heard what Okija said. You see, I want us to understand the difference between the indigenous people of Biafra that is led by Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and the activities of the quote unquote the nomenclature he used, autopilot IPOP. Let's have that distinction. IPOB led by Mazen Nnamdi Kanu has a human face. And I am aware and I am sure most of us here on this platform have heard, if you have not heard, you have seen on the newspapers, how IPOB has been helping people back home charity-wise. How they have been going about paying and bringing people out from the dungeon of the police, the prisons, and everything. They have lawyers that are going all around the whole places, standing for these people. Who is doing it? IPOB led by Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Let us distinguish these two. Because the fact that this man was taken into custody, and it is the work of the government because they knew the impact of what he is doing. And let us not forget one thing. He is asking for what? Referendum. I mean, referendum can mean many things. It's either referendum to bring in new constitution. Because whatever thing we are saying, whatever thing we are passing across on this platform, on every platform, if the system is not good, if you like from here till the next 100 years, go and do every political maneuver you want to do, it is not going to work. Because the system is not good. We need to change that system. And how can we do that? I've been saying something all along. Say, look, the momentum, both P2B people, PDP people, obedient people, APC people, everybody, the momentum we have in this political dispensation now that want to usher in something, in quotes, beautiful. If all this momentum is, triggered towards asking for a referendum, a new constitution, people's constitution that will usher in people, somebody like P2B, we know his antecedent, we know what he has done. Usher in somebody like him, or maybe somebody like Kwankwaso. That is when we will begin to see a difference in Nigeria. Without that constitution, my brother, 2023 is gone. I'm telling you honestly, my opinion. But when you look at what is going on, it is gone. But the point is, the people shouting for this change that is coming, are they going to be willing to sacrifice? Because whether you like it or not, there will be inconclusive something. People will start agitating. People will start going on the street to protest. They will bring in the army, bring in the police and start killing. They hurt them. They will start doing all these things. So let us begin to understand that the problem of Nigeria is, first of all, the system, the constitution. Get rid of it and bring a new one. And you will see all this agitation will begin to die down. But then, what that has made Southeast, I was in Nigeria. I traveled to Nigeria, I traveled to the Southeast. I was born and brought up in Onitsha. I could not sleep for one day in Onitsha. There is hunger, there is killing, and I said it here. A friend of mine was kidnapped, 25 million. So And somebody will sit down somewhere. And you know, the most annoying part of it, I will conclude with this. None of the 5 Eastern state governors have said anything against this sit at home. None. But if the IPOB led by Mazen Nandekani said, if he is going to court, everybody should solidarize with him, sit at home, they will counter it. But why haven't they countered this? And people lost their lives. Pregnant women lost their life. Anybody that is sitting doing that kind of stuff is not only that he's wicked, he is disingenuous, and posterity will never forgive that person. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Good man, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. My own, I just want to ask you a question. The last speaker, the priest, you are coming now to patronize Nnamdi Kanu. I can remember you were against Nnamdi Kanu when he was doing it, just as you are against Samuel Ekpa. You were against Nnamdi Kanu when he was doing his own. He said that's not the way to agitate for Biafra. Now, because Nnamdi Kanu is held up somewhere and somebody is fighting for him to come out, you are now praising Nnamdi Kanu. But when he was outside, you are against him. This is the hypocrisy about Nigeria.
Are you asking me a question?
I'm talking. Let me finish after you talk. Look, now and again, you people sometimes, this Nigerian media, they come in the city, they come to Onitsha town, come to Aba town, come to Enugu town. When they do their killing, they use their media to spread it and say it's a Biafra dictator that is in the state. But do you know that the people living in interior village in this places? I am from Enugu State, and somebody just sent me, my sister said not to come. And I said, he showed me video of Fulani, what Fulani did to them, and he showed me video when this ESN, people were causing Samanekpa, causing ESN. Why the people in the interior village are praying for them? See, this is two different things. You, the elite, here and abroad, causing them. The people in the village are praying for them. You see the two different. Look, me personally, I will cherish that person that put his life between bullets and me. That's the person I will pray for. So not to come here. My sister just sent me a video where Fulani, and it showed me a video where the police and the army are attacking those boys that came to protect them. They are gone battle. This is what it is. People are here talking. People in the interior village are praying for this guy. People are coming here talking because you don't know. My sister, I said when I told her Nigeria is finished, he said, my brother, don't come. What he said the Fulani and the Muslim don't want them to rest. This is what she said. She never said the Biafra agitators, the ESN. Instead, she's even saying, thank God for this ESN. These boys sacrifice their life and go to the bush, stand between bullets and those people living in the interior village. They come, they show you video in Onitsha, show you video in Enugu town, show you video when they keep you 1 or 2 people by themselves. They show you video and you come, they say, hey, it's ESN. They put propaganda, the media spread it. Why the people in the interior village are the ones suffering this crisis that the army is doing to them? Army is coming to protect the Fulanis that the village. Raf is saying that people kill, they kill people in Sokoto, they kill people. So you expect the people in the east to allow the killing, so they'll go and live in IDP camp. These people say no, we have to protect ourselves. So they protect.
I have a response, please.
Sorry, say what?
No, keep a good man. Finish up. Okay.
So what I'm saying is, this is I'm talking out of it. Man, I'm saying live. This is live. This is my own. I'm from Enugu State. I will get report from my village. I used to go before that. I go. This is where I go to rest. Now people are telling me. I have a brother that who say he went to the village. He was passing just through with his car with his friend. As in the this is in the village. Or it's not in with town. Fulani boys just came on the road with guns. He need to reverse with speed. I said, this is my village. I used to go and rest. I won't go to the stream. Now I cannot even go. And people are here talking. They are here praising. They're talking. Yes, then is bad. People are sacrificing their life to protect these people in the village. They don't have anything to do with those elite in the city, in the town. These are the people in the village, are the people that you go to ask. They will tell you the truth, what is happening. And these are the people you want to come. You don't want them to talk of Biafra. You want them to vote. When they are praying for people, that they are praying for ESN, they are praying for Samareka, they are praying for Nnamdi Kanu. You think because they don't go to school, they don't have sense. You think the person that stood for me between Bullet and me, that's the person I will show my allegiance to, not a politician that's sitting one place.
All right.
So that's what I just came on just to clarify this thing, because this is my living witness. I have video they sent to me in my own village. Fulani and the Muslim are not letting them to rest.
All right.
My village, you don't have mosque in my village. We only have church. So what are they doing there? And you are here coming to preach all this. Samanekpa is bad. Nnamdi Kanu is bad. Now you are praising someone. You are cursing Samanekpa, praising Nnamdi Kanu before you are cursing Nnamdi Kanu.
Thank you. Good man. Thank you. We have less than 7 minutes to go. So
can I just make a little response?
Let me go to HO first. HO, just 1 minute.
No, 1 minute response.
Please, not you first. HO, 1 minute.
My brother, Mr. Goodman, we feel your pain. If I say I don't feel the pain, it's a lie. But what is happening in your village is also happening in other places. We may not understand, some people may not understand Nnamdi Kanu approach. Neither me that challenged Ekpa was saying what he's doing is wrong. But what I say is this: if our people have to stay at home for 5 days, there should be provision for food. Because I know some people, they only eat when they go out 1 day at a time. Then there are some women who are pregnant. So there should be provision for medical emergency. So with all that is happening, fighting ourselves will not solve the problem. But we have to understand ourselves and know that it is the battle between the elite and those of us who are Mekunu. But those of us who are Mekunu, instead of teaming together, we are fighting each other. Let's unite and think and plan and agree together and tackle this thing. Because hoodlums, the elite are using some of us against us. They pay them some money and they turn themselves on no government.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel.
And work together and solve this problem. Thank you.
Rachel, thank you so much. The priest of peace. 1 minute.
Okay, good man. I felt your anger. But at the back of my house, some people went and burned down few houses in the village. That thing that is happening in your places is happening at my own backyard. I felt you, but I want you to understand one thing. I've never been against Mazen Nnamdi Kanu for anything. I met him first in California in 2014. That was the first time I met him. And I listened to what they said he's coming. And I said, let me go. I've been hearing this man talk. Let me go see this guy, who this man is. And I met him, and there is this aura that goes with this guy. When you listen to him, if you follow him, you will know where he's coming from. The people that you are talking about in the bush, he sent those people to that bush to go and protect your sisters, your people there in Enugu State that is also prone and Abakaliki because of headsmen. But those ones that are inside the city destroying markets, he didn't send them. He did not send them. He will always tell you that ESN is inside the bush protecting our farmland so that hunger will not kill us. But they have tried so much to do what? To jeopardize that. But they are keeping up. They are keeping up and they are fighting to protect the bushes. They are not in the towns like you are seeing now. So anybody that is inside the town causing problem for our people is an agent of the government. Take it from me.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going around now because we're rounding up. Ike, do you have something to contribute? Unmute yourself, Ike. Thank you.
Can I respond, please?
No. We can't do back and forth now. We're rounding up. Go ahead, Ike. You can come back next week. We will have more time. Why are you laughing, Ike? I'm serious. You put in 5 hours yesterday.
I will take my leave. Thank you so much for your time, man. Thank you. I'll take my leave.
Okay, thank you.
uh, the only thing I want to contribute before we round up is, please let us call for peace in Nigeria. Let us call for peaceful coexistence in Nigeria, where everybody will be free of suspecting one another of being an enemy or an agent or a spy or a saboteur in the mix of his people. You know, um, there is something that Franklin said that I picked. You know, our grandfathers and fathers and uncles and cousins who fought this civil war. Most of them are no more living with us. To their blessed memory, most of us are children, descendants of the people who fought the civil war. And I think that the world today is becoming a global village where we're beginning to people dialogue. Technology has brought us so close to each other and made us families. As we are talking here, we are family. Maybe we have never met in person, but it's like we're having a meeting. This is what it's just like. It's just like committee of friends that are seeing each other together. But probably we might see here every day, but we might never in life meet ourselves. This is what the world has become today. So, and listen, let us remember that there are a lot of Yorubas who has married an Igbo man, Igbo woman. There is a lot of Igbo man who has married a Yoruba woman, the Shekiri, Bini. We are mixed. We have become mixed nation, just as you find it in America. You people who live in the US, you understand what I'm saying. So, I mean, I wish for a better Nigeria. There is nothing that keeps me late. Like sometimes Dr. Damage will ask, what keeps you late at night? There's nothing that keeps me late at night more than how can my children go to Nigeria without any molestation, without going to the embassy to report that they are in Nigeria, that this is where they are going, this is where they are going to be, this is how many days, this is how many weeks they're going to stay in Nigeria. I mean, this is the country I'm looking for. And that's what keeps me late at night. So I am just begging all of us, we that have seen, every side of the world, that are living in outside world, that are part of Nigeria, that are still Nigerian. Because if I say I'm a Dutch citizen today, when they want to say it is a Dutch Nigerian, you say you're American, you're a black American, or Nigerian American, or Ghanaian American. Your first nation first. So what am I trying to say? This 2023 election is an ample opportunity. There is something that at the end of the day, even though that if Peter Obi did not win this election, but Peter Obi had changed the landscape of Nigerian politics.
All right.
This is one thing that you cannot take away from what is going on in Nigeria today. Character that we can trust. And it is trust that have destroyed Nigeria. We don't trust ourselves. Even your neighbor, even your brother. Because sometimes we that are living outside Nigeria, you give your friend money to do something for you in Nigeria instead of your family member. This is true.
All right. Thank you, Ike. We have to leave it there. Eddie, you're next. 1 minute.
Eddie, we can't hear you.
Yeah. No, I was about typing something, but yeah. Anyway,
okay.
Thank you very much. This section was really educating for me. Really educating both people. I enjoyed both from the right and the left, both sides of the argument. But the thing I feel, what I can take away from this today's section is this: let us make use of our political what we have. I believe we have the solution. I believe we have at this time is not the time for shedding blood. This is the time to use the Nigerian political system to actualize our separation or whatever. Not by let's go by the ballot, not by the bullet. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okija, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 1 minute. We're closing. Final words.
Okay. What I'm going to say is this. I mean, like I always tell Igbo people, you know, if Nigeria is working, Nigeria is better because you know, it's spacious, it has population, and as entrepreneurs we benefit more from Nigeria. From actually, I tend to tell people that the entrepreneurial spirit of Igbo, that Nigeria is a small place. West Africa should be one country for Nigeria, for Igbo. And so I mean, like I said, there are so many ways to get to the promised land, but we have to take it easy to make sure we don't destroy ourselves, you know, in our quest to, you know, to get to the promised land. I feel you, good man, and the issue of herdsmen, it didn't start today. When I was small, even like I was born and raised in Onitsha. We hear stories from Obaru, you know, herdsmen killing people. Actually, one man, you know, my street opposite our compound in Onitsha, from Obaru, he went home and you know, there was fight between Obaru people. I think Atani, it was from Atani, and herdsmen, and he was killed. That was like I was like about 12 or 14 then. So it didn't start today. But I think, you know, like every people, they have the right to defend themselves. And I think, you know, I hope there is more Igbo all over the world should pay attention to what the herdsmen are doing in Nigeria and Igbo land in particular, and help people like ESN who are fighting these people to fight them. We can't let them take over our land. We can't let them kill our people. We should help people like ESN who are fighting. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Lexi.
What keeps me awake is that people don't understand the true situation that Nigeria has become. I go along with Ovie in most of his presentations, but the solution is where we go apart. We have very strong forces that do not want Africa to lift up their heads, and our country is not remote from being a victim of that thing going on. And the people who get into leadership compromise with that force, and so the citizens become citizenless, and they become victims of oppression and all the corruption that we are talking about. Many of us don't seem to know that this is what's going on. There's one recent talk by one Hausa lady. She said, you know, they have been making us to hate the Igbos. They have been I never wanted to have anything to do with Igbos, but we are beginning to discover that that is wrong, because they are wrong in their governance. And these people are only asking for a better country for everybody. I'm sure some of you have seen that. You look at Mustafa, who was locked up for so long, and he is now speaking. I don't know if some of you have watched what Mustafa has said lately. There is a very strong conspiracy against the nation of Nigeria. And our leaders, when they get into position, save their head by joining that group. So how are you going to ever fix all the problems when there is this kind of situation? And people are beginning, they talk about other things that won't take us anywhere. We have a problem, and that problem, if we don't discontinue Nigeria and arrange ourselves for a better future, we're not going anywhere. Mark my word.
All right. Thank you, Alexi. Ovie, you're next.
Dele Farotimi say, do not die in their war. I say, all our politics. All our politics, because I never see where a politician lose election. One carry group of poor people go court saying that they make and lose election. Then they always carry their sue themselves because they believe that now them get the power to use individual to rig that election. So the idea of coming together so that it will be difficult for them to use group of people, it's easier for them to use individual. That's your idea of organizing. That's why no power won't see group of poor people gather, even not for party for a very long time. They will come for you guys because they know that before you, the more people they gather, the more that they form opinion, and the more their opinion they resonate among everybody with their. So that's the whole point of them no one wants to meet and gather. So the whole sit at home of the thing would have been a beautiful thing if the political ideology just spring up from there and go forward. But other than that, please follow my channels. So all politics.
All right, thank you, Ovie. Raf, final word.
All right, thank you again for having me, and I hope everyone watching will like and share this video with your friends, families. Even if you have secret family, share it with them. You know, all sharing is sharing. And yeah, and support Dr. Damages as always. Even if you say you won't watch the video anymore, still send him money before you stop watching. So Dr. Franklin said everything that needed to be said, and I just wish people would listen for the sake of listening and not for the sake of argument. If you do that, you will learn that he was actually on your side and he wasn't coming here to fight you. But too many of us, we just, we miss the point. So that's what I will leave you all with. And I'm rooting for Morocco. We are in the semifinals, African team finally. And we are one step. We're beating all the colonizers one by one. One more to go, and we'll be in the final. So see me on Thursday when I'm rooting for Morocco. And I will start releasing episodes again from January. So I'm not podcasting right now. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Eddie, for joining us. Ovie, thank you so much for being here. White Level, thank you so much. Okija, thank you. H.O., thank you. Good man, thank you. And Alexi, thank you. And all the people that watch us at home, I appreciate your time.
I didn't say my final word.
Oh, I thought we started with you.
No.
Okay.
At least, good man, you don't interpret, don't come down. So
Madam, me, for me personally, all these things I talk about politics, this politics is man-made, you understand me? What I care for is humanity, and there's no way Jesus Christ did not come to die for politics. Jesus Christ did not come to die for country. Jesus Christ came to die for humanity. So when you see people dying, he said, Franklin just came here and he said nothing. Because Franklin came here and says people want to overthrow Germany, and the government took action. But as government taking action against the Fulani people, this is what we'll be asking ourselves. He said, Franklin did not say anything because our government never did it. I'm here for humanity. People are dying. They are being killed. People are being killed every day. They are here talking about politics. No country in this world that they will be killing their citizens like this. They will be talking of politics. Nowhere in this world, nowhere. I've never seen in that country where they will be killing their citizens. And you are telling Franklin, he said nothing. Because humanity is depleting in Nigeria. They are talking of Franklin. What did he say? He gave us insight about Germany. But as government gone over this Fulani people, they have gone. So he said nothing. For me, he said nothing. He didn't say anything concerning humanity. He's talking about politics. Politics is man-made. Politics are man-made. Every prophet that came to this world, they came to die for human being, not country, not politics. So we think of humanity first before we think of anything. Every other thing is secondary. But humanity is first. Thank you.
All right, good man. Thank you so much. I don't want to extend this conversation, but I appreciate your time. And those that watched at home and those that made comments, we all appreciate your comments. I read most of them, if not all. I really thank you for the time. And next week, we are going to bring some new guests, entertaining and interesting people to the show. So I hope to see you next week. Thank you.